this. But I'm already way off track just going over this shit again. What happened in Argentina, the president endorsed this meme coin, it crashed, completely collapsed. He is now facing impeachment for this. It is just a full-blown scam. It's unknown exactly how much he knew about this project before publicly endorsing it, but he bears so much responsibility because without him putting it on the map, tons of people wouldn't have lost tons of money. He is directly to blame for scamming the citizens.
It's in a weird spot.
Full stop. That's an immutable fact. That's the brass tacks of it.
Now where did he go?
It's unclear exactly how much he knew about this project before the endorsement, but it is his fault so many people bought into the scam. Let's just go ahead and take a look at this tweet. To astute observers, you'll notice that this is the same smell, the same aroma of bullshit that you get for all of these god-awful meme coins. But to people that don't know the space and all the evils that come with it from time to time, well, from time to time, that's very generous, that come with it so often, they wouldn't know any better because you have your president who is now just publicly glazing this project. Liberal Argentina grows. This private project will be dedicated to encouraging the growth of Argentine economy.
Why does this stuff move around?
Argentinian businesses and startups. The world wants to invest in Argentina. Then he links it. Then he drops the contract. Libra, long live freedom, damn it. Amen. May that freedom live long. And by long, we're speaking relatively. From the eyes of a mosquito, that's the perspective we're dealing with here. Because it wasn't very long, all things considered. The coin was only alive a little bit longer than ejaculate outside the human body. Your sperm can survive 30 to 45 minutes, even an hour at optimal conditions. And this coin, Libra, barely beat that. It made it 3 hours before it completely crashed with over 100 million just being wiped out of it. Going somewhere interesting. And where did it go? Who's to say for sure? However, CoffeeZilla just conducted an interview with a key player, Hayden Davis. I cannot recommend this interview enough. Hayden did not call Saul before agreeing to this interview. The admissions here are shocking. There was definitely no lawyer in his ear. He did not get a legal professional on the horn before agreeing to this. I highly recommend you listen to this interview because it is baffling. Hayden is more unlikable than an ingrown toenail. I'm not going to play you a ton of clips. I really encourage you to watch CoffeeZilla's interview. He did a great job with it. And I think I will. I don't know what CoffeeZilla did to get him to just squeal like this. Maybe he injected him with like some kind of truth serum via Discord. But Hayden just admits to so many fucking things that I don't think he recognizes the severity of. I am going to leave you with just one little clip from it where he talks about insiders.
It's a separate conversation. Retail traders.
Unbelievably shitty. I do think that's unbelievably bad, and for everyone, except for the insiders, which is what I always say about meme coins. Is it disproportionately benefits insiders?
So I think too, like my honest opinion is like, I don't actually disagree, but I think like the vast majority of people betting on meme coins, right? Especially at the beginning, and I think there's a separate conversation. Retail traders, like that is the game for everyone. And people that get mad are the people that aren't insiders. That is what happens. That's all the bitching on socials is all the people that don't get into the deals. You'll never hear them bitch if they're in the deal. So it's like, what do you do then? You don't do anything. You don't launch the project. You're like, how do you make money then?
Yeah, goofball, you don't launch the project. It's a fucking meme coin that was designed to just exploit people that aren't your insiders, that aren't in on the deal, which is the vast majority of fucking people, you unbelievable stupid buffoon. Yes, Hayden, you don't launch the project. Because there is no project. This was just a scam. Like, he openly admits to all of the insider accusations. Like, everything that they've been accused of, Hayden just, like, openly confirms. He even talks about the $100 million. It's a fascinating look at the mind of a scammer. Like, a degenerate scammer. I'm going to drop one more clip here from the interview.
Headshots on these guys, huh?
How juicy this is. You need to watch this. This absolute fucking stinky, putrid vermin confirms that he sniped his own coin. And here's what he had to say about it.
The wallet which Dave got refunded by, which is, according to him, your personal funds, was linked to an Avalanche wallet which was funded like a sniper of Libra. So, but if you launch the coin, isn't it unfair for you to snipe the coin?
So, I would say no, and I would say that for a couple of different reasons.
Of course you would.
A lot of the times when, and again, this is like again, it's a much larger conversation, which is what I told you in text. But most of the time when we're,
Did you call me, sweetie?
I have different money in different places, obviously.
Apparently
From
not.
the standpoint of sniping, most of the time when we're sniping, we're attempting to avoid other snipers getting in.
My God, he deserves the Medal of Honor and the Purple Heart. Holy shit, even give him the Spelling Bee Championship. This guy is a saint. You see, when they're sniping their own coin, they're doing it from a place.
Let me go double check.
Like,
Really thought I heard her call me. Hold on.
They're trying to help the rest of us by being so generous to snipe their own coin for their own financial gain. Man, this is eye-opening stuff, Hayden. It really is. It's so interesting. So definitely watch CopyZilla's video on it. I don't understand how he is not just immediately thrown in the slammer within minutes of him doing this interview and having it go live. It's crazy to me. That's the beauty of the crypto space, baby. That's the fairy tale magic right there. Long live the freedom to fuck you in the butt and face no repercussions for it. This has been happening time and time again, only accelerating in frequency recently.
I'll be
with things
back
like
in a minute.
Pump.fun, and then tons of celebrities coming out with their own meme coins that are all rugging. Like, it's just so fucking crazy. And I'm sure, I am 100% sure it will continue to happen because people still think that they're going to be the chosen one. They're going to be Goku here, and they're going to have the Super Saiyan wherewithal to pull out at the perfect time. You won't, because you're not an insider. No matter how much you convince yourself you are not an insider on deals like this. Like, Dave Portnoy got insider information on this. He didn't buy, like, before it went live, at least not from what I've seen, though I did see him go on Twitter saying he bought fake Libra, and now he's trying to sell fake Libra. Like, I don't fucking understand at all what's going on there. But you're not Dave Portnoy. You're just a guy. And you saw the president of Argentina make the tweet. Just because it comes from the president doesn't mean he's not going to fuck your face. Like, it's crypto. It's all fair game because there are no consequences for rugging like this. It just, you don't see anyone get in trouble for it, and people have picked up on it, which is why so many celebrities, Hawk to a girl even, fucking Z-list celebrities are doing it now. So yeah, it's gonna keep happening. It's going to keep happening until people finally learn that they are never going to make money by being someone that just puts into this, thinking that they're smarter than the other sheep. They're going to be the ones that are going to be the beneficiary of the rug. You won't be, because you are not the insider. You are not the sniper. You're not in the deal, like Hayden says. It's
okay, I'm back. Hey, Gear.
And it's sad. It's fucking sad. Especially in a case like this, where I think this is one of
no, not exactly AFK, but the wife had called me to look at her knee. It's not in good shape.
All of their cash, hoping for moonshots.
I think she expects something different out of my reaction. I don't know. I'm trying to encourage her to get it looked at because,
I'm in.
Like, her bad knee doesn't look the same as her good knee, and I'm like, I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you what that means. Go get it looked at. He's like, no, it's fine. I'm like, is it because I'm not pissing myself? Like, do I need to break down and panic? Like, what do you want from me? I'm encouraging you to get it looked at. That's fine. Like, why did you want me to look at it then? It's not supposed to look like that. Okay, you tell me that. You're the nurse. I believe you. Go get it looked at. People tell me I might be autistic. I believe them. Don't base your life on my reactions.
If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. won't even know it's gone.
Ah. We'll get some rest then.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Next video. Oh, that one. What's the stop ruining? Oh, massive AI issue. Yeah, that's true.
Guys and gals, me Mutahar, and do you guys know Facebook has brain-to-text decoding now? A non-invasive approach via typing. You know, do you ever feel comfortable with Facebook putting this little device on your brain, on the top of your scalp, on the top of your skull, and just reading your intrusive thoughts and converting them to text? Well, apparently they've got something of an 80% success rate with some of these things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to big corporations like Facebook, really Google, anything, I would never, ever, ever allow my brain to be interfaced. But I guess some people can be convinced, okay? Some people can really be convinced if it makes their life a little bit easier. And to be fair, I generally say, hey, you got the freedom to do it? Do it. I don't really care. Right? At the end of it, AI is not something that I am wholly against, nor am I wholly for. I think artificial intelligence, much like a loaded handgun, is mostly a tool, okay? It can be used for defensive purposes, it can be used for offensive purposes. And I know the comparison isn't exactly apples to oranges, but artificial intelligence can be used for good and it can be used for bad things, okay? It can be used to write a nasty email that can be used to scam your loved ones, okay? For all their money, which we've seen plenty of times. And it can also be used to assist somebody who may need to, you know, use this for maybe researching the internet. Somebody who may not be technologically savvy could in fact speak to a chatbot and possibly get the answers they need without going through a million steps that you and I are mostly accustomed to. I've kind of seen family members of mine use the ChatGPT app to research things on the internet, and generally speaking, it's something where it feels natural. It's like they're texting you know, somebody like me who is more tech savvy, and they can just talk to this artificial intelligence that can kind of guide them through 90% of the questions they really ask for on the internet. It's kind of wholesome to see, and it's one of those technologies that I think is truly changing the way people use the internet to search for things, right? Now, generative artificial intelligence, also conveniently known as AI slop, you've probably seen this on Facebook with various images that like thousands of people like that clearly aren't real. You probably noticed this with AI generated videos that are getting better day by day. You probably recognized all those wacky AI songs generated by like Suno AI that sound genuinely good, okay? Sometimes when you really listen to them, you know, without truly focusing, it can be kind of cool. It can be kind of interesting tech. And then you start to see the infestation of artificial intelligence into YouTube, all right, or into a lot of the platforms we love. Now, I want to start off by basically addressing something that a few concerned viewers of mine have brought up. Now, this is a video that I uploaded. This is the end of an era. It's a 56-minute video where I go over, again, angry video game reviewers.
I watched that one.
Inspiration on the platform. And, of course, I go into some of the crazier, wackier happenings with some of these people in this community as of 2025. It's a video I put some, some love into. It's a video I enjoyed making. And the reality of it is YouTube has allowed this video to not just be spoken in English, for instance. Now, YouTube's got a bit of an AI slop problem, ladies and gentlemen. And where the AI technologies on YouTube, I would say, in some cases can be okay. Like, for instance, if you want to get inspired on YouTube, it will have an inspiration tab now where it'll tell you, hey, boys, here's some video ideas for you. Muta, you can talk about Google Earth's hidden secrets. You can talk about Google Earth's hidden messages again, the rise and fall of video game company. Basically, YouTube's looked at what is some of my most successful content in the last like 2 weeks and has said, maybe you should go down that road. And it's even generated thumbnails that it believes will do pretty well. Now, here's the thing about this kind of stuff. I'm sure for a new YouTuber, having, an AI to assist you in brainstorming is fine. But I believe that YouTube succeeds on its best when, again, content creation is done by the human. When you have an actual personality behind the screen who's putting together videos that they enjoy making. So when it comes to videos that I enjoy making, I uploaded a video a couple days ago. This is the end of an era where I go over like angry reviewers. I go over like, that whole era of content creation on the internet. It's a video that, again, very passionate topic for me. I put in 56 minutes of hard love into making this Krabby Patty, and I unleashed it to the world to view. And it did pretty well.
I am.
So, again, what YouTube has been doing lately, and it's one of the problems that have sort of been brought up to me over the last couple weeks, is apparently YouTube is now transcribing my videos for the average person that does not live in an English-speaking country. So for anybody that hasn't been following attention, when you click this little gear at the bottom right on a YouTube video, you can see that it's got audio tracks, right? In amongst subtitles and everything. Now, I normally don't put subtitles on my video unless they're like auto-generated by YouTube, which I think does a pretty decent job. But YouTube has basically been modifying the actual audio track. So for instance, this is the original English track of the video. If you ever wonder where I figured out that game actually existed, it was actually watching Spoony's content really early. So okay, alright, that's interesting. That's just my actual original video. And then I go over here, and then I go up to the audio track option, and whoa, it's starting to convert to other languages. So you've got French, Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian. So I guess we could listen to any of these languages. Like, for instance, let's listen to French, for instance, right? Like, I never spoken French, but YouTube has translated and auto voiceovered the video for me.
Il se base presque dans une certaine mesure sur le contenu de streaming. J'aime généralement traiter mon contenu comme un journal intime. Et pour la chaîne de Noah, pour la chaîne de streaming.
Oh my god, it switched up my entire gender, boys! I'm a woman now! So YouTube has given me, YouTube has swapped me out, YouTube has gender swapped me. And from some of my viewers who have lived in places like Germany, like France, like Spain, Mexico, places where these subtitles or these auto transcriptions are coming out to, have basically told me these transcriptions are actually not good, okay? Like, a lot of these transcriptions obviously miss the context, the nuance of the English language, and so it ruins the experience for my viewers who live in those countries who obviously can't speak English as a language, and when they have to hear these transcriptions, they're like, whoa, it doesn't even make sense in German or Spanish or whatever my language is. It's just fucking AI slop for the sake of slop. Now, generally speaking, when it came to transcriptions, there's a lot of YouTubers that I've talked to who literally have made like Spanish versions of their channel. I believe like Mr. Beast has like a Spanish version of their channel. I think I was talking to like Nexpo about this. That had to be like years ago, where he told me something about like Nexpo Espanol, where again there was a massive community of people in that part of the world that do enjoy content from the US, especially content in this sphere. And so what you do is you just professionally dub your videos for those viewers, right? And so those people can watch with a professional dubbed version. This dub solves no answers for anyone. And I haven't truly confirmed this myself because I have not been able to, and maybe it's not entirely real, but even if you live in other parts of the country, it goes beyond apparently just auto-transcribing. I believe even titles could be translated. And again, with literal machine translations, they miss the nuances of language. And sometimes they mess up slang. Sometimes they mess up and change the fucking meaning of everything, okay? This would be like a poorly shit Nintendo, not Nintendo, but a Japanese RPG.
All your base are belong to us.
Translated into English or back, okay? When you miss the nuances of language, it just makes a shitty product. Now, being an English user, I haven't noticed this with other content creations. Like, I haven't watched a Russian creator. To be fair, I don't watch much like foreign creators either, but I haven't seen foreign creation where like their titles are translated shittily to English. But it seems to be enough of a problem where like, at least on r/YouTube, can YouTube please stop translating the video titles? Fucking quit it with the titles! translation! That was like 4 years ago, dude. 4 years ago this happened. And again, it's got to be enough of a problem that like 10,000 users have downloaded the YouTube anti-translate plugin. Because they're like, we just don't want to see this. So apparently the before version is like, this PewDiePie video gets translated to like, you know, whatever Russian phrase this is. But the actual, like, title of it is I'm Most Handsome 2018 Gamer Girls React. Now this is enough, you know, Discord slang that I'm sure the machine translator probably isn't going to be accurately converting to it. But it's a problem when you have to develop a Chrome extension to get rid of blatantly shit translation. So based on, again, all I would have to do is go to my YouTube Creator Studio, and if I just go to my settings information by any chance, I can apparently go down to upload defaults, and I believe in this option I can change it so that it doesn't allow automatic dubbing, meaning that if I turn this off, it will basically get rid of automatic dubbing that is just played automatically for creators, which I have done. Again, I thought this would be a feature that YouTube would implement that would be very well implemented, and granted, it's probably going to get better with time. For now, it's just not there, obviously in the opinion of people, and which is why YouTube and I'm probably going to stop doing this for now. So beyond YouTube's own tools promoting constant artificial intelligence, especially generative stuff, right? I wanted to look at the amount of theft and slop that has been coming out on YouTube because of constant AI nonsense. So true crime is one community on YouTube that I really feel is probably one of the least regulated communities, one of the least moral or ethical communities out there. When it comes to a community like true crime, this is the reason why yellow dollar signs exists, and we have to get AI bots watching our videos, manually reviewing everything that we do, right? Again, there are things you can do on the platform that, you know, fall within the TOS, and there are things that you do that fall way out of the scope of the terms of services. So YouTube recently shut down a channel about true crime that was basically all AI lies. Now, this comes from 404 Media, which, if you have not signed up to these guys, they're an amazing journalist website, all centered around technological news, and they kind of talked about true crime content, where almost every single facet of it was effectively AI generated. And there was one video that was uploaded, husband's secret gay love affair with stepson ends in grisly murder. So when you read this string of characters, you might be like, whoa, I gotta click on that. That's some good clickbait right there. So you go to the actual thing, and this has been re-uploaded on another channel. The shocking true crime stories with 20,600 subscribers. Now this has 624 views as of right now. So obviously this didn't slap in the algorithm, so to speak. But to show you an idea of what this kind of AI slop looks like, just listen to it real quick, okay? Disclaimer. It's possible that some details in this case may not fully align with actual... Bro! It's a fucking AI-generated video. It's an AI-generated script. It is an AI-generated crime. It didn't happen, okay?
It's possible that none of this is real. It may all be an illusion from an AI.
Publicly available information. And while every effort has been made to present it accurately, it has not been made to present it accurately. That's a lie. Certain facts may differ. There's no facts in this. This is not an official investigation, and we are not affiliated with it. This basically exists so that the human reviewer or the bot will look at this and be like, oh, okay, this is clearly they've disclaimed we're good. So you watch this for a second. It's a 48-minute long video. So if this slaps in the algorithm, so all right, let's watch the video, see what this gay love affair is like. Let's go into it.
True crime documentary. People say that every family has its secrets.
Yeah, you hear that? That, my friends, is a beautiful AI narration. That isn't even the autodub, that is literally an AI narration of this video. So if you look very carefully at this family, you've got the mom who's generated in heaven AI. You've got the son who looks like off-brand XQC, and you've got the dad who looks like a corporate lawyer. So of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are all AI-generated images. Obviously, no human being but Venom Snake has an actual horn in his head. No human being looks this happy when they're involved in a affair this grisly. And this mom, well, she's just never existed, period, because her dental plan is more of a mystery than what AI was used to generate this, okay? It's insane shit, wild stuff. Now you might be like, whoa, Muda, this channel probably exists as like a joke. No, 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 you go to the actual channel, it's like Shocking True Crime Stories, right? Welcome to Shocking True Crime Stories. Dive daily into gripping real life crime stories from around the world, where every case reveals shocking truths. Obviously, none of these are real cases. And of course, if you look in the videos right now, they don't really tend to do all that well. You know, but they're uploading like every day. They generate a new story every day. Here, let me show you. Let me show you how this works. Okay, basically, you go to ChatGPT. All right, you go to any AI model. Hit that. Generate me a true crime story that I can upload and talk about on YouTube. All right, so boom, you ask the actual thing here. It basically generates a story. The vanishing of Rebecca Holloway, okay? So this is the AI putting together an actual script that again, some faceless channel will just copy paste into a narration tool. Maybe they'll pad it out a little bit and then upload it with, again, stock images that they've downloaded through the internet and just post it to YouTube every single day. That's how long it takes to make the story. Oh, would you like me to tweak any details? Nah, please format it as a YouTube script. So boom, it even does the hard part for you, dude. All the stuff is done. It even generates dark screen, suspenseful music fading. Now, obviously, is this vanishing story true? No, it's not. You go onto the internet, dude, it doesn't exist. You can't even search for it. It literally just generated the disappearance of a girl. Oh my God, Ashford, Pennsylvania isn't even a real city, dude. But here's the thing, obviously if I uploaded the script onto these faceless channels, now you might be like, whoa Muda, but that's a fake script. What if the audience says it's fake? Then I'll be like exposed. It doesn't matter, you're a faceless channel, just make a new account, dumbass. So if you go to the most popular uploads over here, a month ago, they pulled in 860,000 views. Obviously not bad. For a 20-minute video, they probably made a few $1,000s off of this video if they're monetized. So the video, Florida producer dismembered wife after he discovers via DNA that his father fathered his 5 kids. That's a real fucked up title and a fucked up video to be getting into. I don't want to hear anything about, oh man, you cover negativity. Bro, the true crime community is the most negative community ever. It's just dead children and dismembered wives, okay? So you go to this video and you're like, whoa, this might be real. I gotta see this. The stories presented on this channel are based on real events, but names, locations, and certain circumstances have been changed to maintain confidentiality. Nothing here happened, okay? Nothing here occurred. This literally exists as a way to lie about the fact that this is a AI-generated story. I mean, goddamn, we've generated the children that are about to die in the story. The pastor is generated in this story, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is fake. And again, this is all the narration really comes down to. It's just designed for people to consume. And of course, if you go into the comment section over here, you'll find other bots going, his father will answer for this. Everyone will stand before the Lord. No, God isn't regulating ones and zeros, dog. It's not happening. Satan seeks to kill, to steal, and to destroy. Yeah, dude. What do you think that motherfucker's here for? Imagine finding out that your kids are your siblings. That's enough to send any man to the point of no return. I'll agree with the AI there. I'll agree there. That's not a situation you want to be in, goddamn. The woman always knows father over kids. Wow. The Craft Studio writes. Not if she's been with many men. Did you ever watch The Morris?
There's a heavy unit.
Okay, that I think that might be a human being actually going in. But you get the idea, right? Nobody here is pushing back against this content. The actual viewers of the content, I would say a grand majority of them are actually synthetic humans themselves, okay? So, you know, it is a weird world to be in. AI slop has absolutely taken over content creation. I mean, just a month ago, videos like this went viral on Top Talent Stories. 6-year Senegal girl with giant legs melts hearts of watching. Hashtag trending, hashtag AGT moment. So they're even advertising this is a advanced generative experience. And that is it, okay? She's got 7 toes. They've intermixed this with actual like video clips from the actual show America's Got Talent, or I think it's just top talent right now. You got Simon Cowell standing over the Howie Mandel watching this AI-generated Senegalese girl, okay? That's all how it works. And the audience is just, whoa, how the fuck she got 8 toes? Makes no sense. I love how even with the AI stuff, you go down into it, and it's always just like more AI going, amen, Lord, for taking care of this young girl. This is the voice of an angel. May God bless you gals. I think the AI faceless channels have probably discovered a way to siphon AdSense money, literally from YouTube, okay? This is just a way for them to literally scam the platform. You know, YouTube will go out of its way. Like, I am uploading a video right now based on a actual, like, scam, you know, volleyball shooting. Something that I've covered in, like, deep web browsing, something that I saw, something that other, like, horror channels, like, saw, like, they shared clips of my video from. And I'm looking at that myself, like, from my actual perspective, my actual human research, my understanding. And it's crazy to think that the scariest part of uploading that video is not so much, you know, getting demonetized. Of course you get demonetized on content like that. It doesn't, the money doesn't matter. It's about, hey, will I get hit with a community guideline strike? I love this. Judge plays truth or lie with black kid in court. Okay, so here's the thing. You don't even have to watch this video because you know it's going to be filled with AI slop. Just paste that shit into like YouTube search and boom, you'll literally find exactly where it came from. All these AI channels literally found a successful AI channel. They found that this video succeeded somewhere. So for instance, it won on this channel, Parker Stories, and immediately Emotional Master Stories just grabbed the entire video here and AI slopped it 3 hours ago onto this platform, okay? And then QH Story grabbed that video and then AI slopped it here. There's one meme that I remember where it's like everything is done on 4chan and then like it's shit out into the mouths of Reddit users, then Dig users, and then YouTubers, and then like fucking people from Fur Affinity. This is literally happening in real time, except every character here is synthetic and not a human being. This is a giant game of telephone where it's all done by advanced generative technology. Now, obviously, look, I'm not going to go too hard into talking about this situation, ladies and gentlemen. I think you all understand YouTube's massive AI slop problem. It's huge into the economy, and when you really look at, like, you know, how it's being promoted, it doesn't take too far to go out and see that this is, like, actually a strategy basically promoted by, again, faceless channels on the internet. So if you just listen to, for instance, this guy over here, it's very evident what the actual hustle is. So listen here real quick. This is from a video where it's like, fuck it, here's how I made millions by copying other YouTubers.
This one here, cop charged with murder after horrific body cam discovery. That's a really good video idea. Why not replicate that, change the packaging, change the thumbnail, change the title, but still follow that same premise and that same kind of overall scheme that we know worked on their channel. Now, as I said, go for smaller base channels. It's going to be a lot more profitable in the long run. Even this channel could be great to work on. You can see right here, perfect. Police Insider. Majority of their videos are getting anywhere from 100 to 200k views, but 12 days ago he had an 877k video, which was the moment she realized she killed her children. That was a massive outlier. Once again, if we're doing a criminal channel, save that on the list and go ahead and replicate the exact same style for every single video going forward. Now, this doesn't just work for criminology.
So yeah, literally just go to the most popular human-made videos or other AI slop, see what succeeded on the actual algorithm, just basically repackage that, and you're done. Okay, this is an actual human being giving this fucking advice. And you can very easily identify which, you know, audience they're going for. Like, again, one of the comments here is, man, there's just one single problem. I can't afford a laptop. I would have started making content long ago. My dad makes $200 a month. We live in India. I feel so hopeless sometimes. Even the 2050 laptops cost more than $500. This content gives me so much hope. Again, it's literally just an economy where creators aren't trying to go into create. It's just literally how do we game the system to siphon as much AdSense out of the actual, you know, site. You know, and it's disgusting, but you can clearly see like what this content is appealing to. Types of newer creators, right? And again, like I said, this is literally a way that these people have cracked the code on how to unlock AdSense money. For a lot of these faceless channels, and not obviously all of them, there's a lot of channels that value their, anonymity, and there are human beings with a faceless personality operating on the internet. The key point is a personality. The content that we've seen that's overly succeeding on this platform does not come from any personality. This website used to have a slogan called broadcast yourself, meaning yourself as a person. And now we're literally seeing not only the rise of, again, these faceless AI slot channels, but literally the actual guide on how to feed content on the platform. And it's not even something as simple as this. This guy is going through like some level of human input to it. You know, recently there were other channels that I saw basically hit with, again, their videos, my videos as well, being turned into constant listicle articles, basically being shared around the internet. So there's a YouTuber known as Femi, okay, F4MI, okay, Femi, who has 172,000 subscribers, very criminally underrated, and she made a video where she has something titled Poisoning AI with Ass subtitles. So aside from being a cute little video title right here, what she has basically done is dug into how a lot of this content gets feed. So if you go to like one of my videos, Some Ordinary Gamers here, and you just go to the video, this is the end of an era. So you highlight this video, it's 56 minutes long. But the way that AI steals from a video is you basically go all the way down into the description, you click on Show Transcript, and the AI will look through this generated transcript. Now this transcript is effectively my audio like cues, everything that I said converted into this actual like piece. So inside this one video over here, you can basically ask it to summarize. This is just one AI. It doesn't really matter what it is. The AI will generate a summary based off of the transcript that is fed to it. And it'll basically summarize the video out. And that summary can then be taken by, again, a shitty, you know, AI bro on the internet, a tech bro, and just convert it into an article. And the problem with that is, A, it's obviously blatant theft of the content, but also it just doesn't even capture the nuances of the person covering the video. Like, for instance, if I talk about a cybersecurity situation, if I talk about something in the gaming sphere, it may miss out on maybe something visual that I'm showing. It may miss out on a certain piece of slang or a certain piece of context that I've said in human language that the AI is not able to properly understand. Now, Fami's video is pretty good because, again, what she did was basically she went into the transcript and started to implement and change the way subtitles were handled. So just to give you an idea, a subtitle format, you've probably seen plenty of them on the internet. There's things like SRT, which is subrip subtitle, which you've probably seen with videos, you know, movies that you probably, you know, let's be honest, maybe downloaded off the internet. You wanted subtitles attached to it, so you downloaded an SRT file off the internet. Then you've got Web VTT, you've got TTML, you've got FCC. But what she was showcasing was Substation Alpha, or more specifically, the ASS format of the actual, you know, subtitling format. And the thing is, this allowed you to do a bunch of things to the format that allowed you to poison the AI that was reading the subtitles. So basically, what she wanted to do was she wanted to keep subtitles in the video for, again, the audience that couldn't necessarily hear her. And, you know, it was an accessibility thing, which is very noble, very honorable, and something that obviously I think most creators should strive for. But she also wanted to poison what was in that data, so any synthetic tool, like I just showed you, that was reading through the transcript would actually, you know, fail at. And what she had done was use the format of ASS, where again, she could go into the actual subtitles and modify them around, which generally could cause issues for lower-end hardware, which is a separate thing. But this was designed so that these note-taker applications couldn't just grab a video. It would just basically read something completely separate, something that would be injected to poison the AI, stealing from you, also learning from your video, and then regurgitating that out as a plagiarized article on the internet. Fami's had this happen to her. I've had this happen to me. Plenty of my favorite creators and friends have had this happen to them with their content. And it's not just YouTube videos. It's obviously, you know, news articles. It's obviously like just well-informed, well-journalistic pieces of content that have taken time, money, and tons of hours to prepare that, again, have basically been regurgitated through AI. Now, Fami's quest for poisoning AI is unfortunately a game that she's already, unfortunately, lost at. Now, when it comes to other forms of artificial intelligence, like if you go to ChatGPT once again, going to ChatGPT, when I asked it about my video, summarize this video, for instance, and you go to this video, it is literally my end of an era video where I go through angry video game nerd stuff, you know, old school, you know, angry reviewership. And of course, the artificial intelligence here fucks up really hard, where again it says the video you shared features a discussion on the concept of progress, particularly focusing on the distinction between immature and authentic progress. The speakers delve into how technological advancements, which often labeled as progress, can lead to unintended consequences if not approached with a holistic perspective. Yeah, I don't think this is really figuring out anything right now. In fact, it's grabbing its sources from just complete bullshit. So yeah, this is where the AI absolutely could not summarize my video. But the way that it describes artificial intelligence stuff, for instance, is when I asked it to summarize Fami's video, for instance, it said, in the video Poisoning AI with Ass Subtitles, YouTuber Fami discusses her strategy to protect her content from unauthorized AI summarization. This utilizes the Advanced Substation Alpha ASC format, but it also says this method can disrupt AI scrapers. It's not foolproof. Advanced models and audio-based transcription tools like Whisper can bypass such defenses. Now again, that's true. ChatGPT and a lot of these AIs that can download audio versions of your video can just basically take the audio transcript and then just retranscribe it, and then this can be taken to regurgitate onto YouTube or to other articles as well too. So yeah, AI problems on YouTube, that's a real issue. That's a real problem that honestly, I don't think anybody's really probably addressing on the website. Now look, I'm not gonna say, oh man, this is the end of the platform. This is the end of YouTube, okay? But this is a, direction that online content creation is unfortunately taking that, I'm not gonna say it's like the dead internet theory coming together. But it really is an issue for a lot of creators on the platform that are producing content that is original, that is unique, that comes from a human personality like this, that is slowly being hijacked by faceless AI tech bros, or tech bros in general, whether they be at the very low end, just stealing content on the internet that is an outlier, so to speak, or you could be somebody working at Meta, who currently has been, unfortunately, brought up in courts as pirating terabytes and terabytes of material, allegedly, where, licensed material, something that you and I would go to jail for or get severely slapped with fines being the key word, they got away with, and yeah, we're literally rules for thee, not rules for me. In this situation, you've got all these AI companies, all these tech bros, basically downloading all the internet, all the human-based data that they can find, and throwing it into these LLMs, basically regurgitating content that's already, existed in just objectively worse ways, flooding the platform on an hourly basis. And this costs YouTube money. I don't understand how YouTube doesn't see it. Like, this costs them money. It costs them money to host it on their platform. It costs money for them to then auto-transcribe stuff for these AI things on their platform. It just costs money in general. And I think at some point you're going to see a tipping. Things are getting more expensive in the online space. There's going to be a point where all these AI companies are going to have to, at some point, actually regulate this shit and kick down on it. But I don't know if they're going to be too little, they're going to enforce too little, and it's going to be too late. Only time will tell. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it,
For the last 48 hours, I've been investigating the Argentinian meme coin disaster known as Libra. If you don't know, the president of Argentina posted publicly supporting this meme coin, and subsequently it has all crashed and people have wondered where the money is, with $100 million seeming to go missing. Now, I've been in touch with the key players in this, trying to get answers, and what you're about to hear is an hour-long interview with Hayden Davis, who is the main guy behind the launch and a lot of the token decisions. He currently sits with $100 million in his possession that he's trying to find out what to do with. You will discover through the course of this call that it is not the first time we have been talking. I have been trying to communicate with him for, as I said, the last 24 to 48 hours. And this is not the interview for like pushing from my view, because I wanted to get information. I feel like the biggest thing we're missing is answers. And so I was just listening a lot of this call. I do think we got some incredible admissions, but I wanted to say it's not my characteristic, like, scammer. And that was by design. The guy was very skittish from the beginning. And so I didn't feel like that was an appropriate kind of reaction. Everyone's gonna have their opinion on this guy either way based on what you hear. But I thought a more like neutral approach, just letting this guy talk. It is the first time he's talked since he issued like a statement on Twitter. It was like a minute long and it wasn't received very well. So I wanted to give him the chance to kind of dump all the information out at once. The interview starts abruptly because he starts with some off the record stuff that I had to cut out. But yeah, hopefully this sheds some light on what's going on.
I'll just start. I can just start talking about certain things. One of the issues with Libra, and what we
wait, hold on. I just want to know, can we consider this part on the record? Because I don't want to include the stuff about you know, all that kind of stuff. That's not like anyone's business. I appreciate you sharing that context. The Libra stuff is sort of the meat and potatoes.
I can
of what
do
I
like the Libra stuff is fine. Like the Libra stuff is fine.
Okay, go ahead.
So like one of the issues with Libra, right? I mean, there's so many details in this story, but one of the issues with Libra is when you launch on Meteora, right, and you're trying to avoid all these snipers. There's this whole context around like shitloads of insiders. That's not what's going on. What's going on is you have these, I don't know how they're doing it, but these expert snipers, like guys that are clipping 1.7, 2 million, 800,000, 1.2 million into the charts. And then what you have is, because you know on big launches, all this volume is going to come in. And then you're like, fuck, this guy, like at one point, one of the top wallets, which for some reason still hasn't sold a bunch, I don't understand why, but had $57 million, right? And had a 5 billion market cap, or 4.5, which is what Libra was at. That's still going to crush the chart. It's not like that's 5 billion. It's not like that's $4.5 billion.
Oh, goodness.
So then you have to make a real-time decision where you're like, okay, do I pull do I swap some of the liquidity out to protect the floor, knowing that I know that there's more marketing plans coming, or do I just let the chart get crushed, right? And that's what happens every single one of these launches. That's what happens, where it's like 3 to 10 guys get these massive chunks. They're not good snipers, right? They're all bad snipers. They're just looking to unload their whole position. You can't track it. You can't find it. It doesn't matter if you subpoena it. It doesn't, like, it takes forever. It doesn't work. And so every launch, right, this happens. Now, what happened with Libra specifically, which I'm happy to share, even though Javier and his team have told me that there's a pretty substantial interview coming tomorrow that'll be live on TV. I don't think that's like super publicly known, but like he's going to basically clear up A, me, and then B, Libra as the project, because he's obviously under scrutiny. But basically what happened was when it launched, our goal was, okay, can we collect enough liquidity, which again, people can say we're pieces of shit or not, but the goal was to connect enough liquidity because Malay was going to do another video. I won't name them, but there were some other high level people that were going to interact, post, etc.
Let's just go with selfish build.
So our goal was
screw everybody else
to get all the snipers out, or at least control them, so when the chart dips down, it's not going to crush the whole project. Have Malay do the second round of videos, and then inject all the capital back in, or at least the vast majority, and create like a mega Trump launch, basically. And I don't know, I still don't have answers on exactly what happened with why.
Oh, you mean the Trump rug pull?
There's some extreme political pressure that he got, and he panicked. As somebody in his position, I would feel rightly so. I mean, he's not like
the first one or the second one.
And then we've been working through like, okay, what can we do from here? But like, you know, people are saying this is a rug pull. Like, that's not objectively true. There's still like, there's what, 60 million on the bonding curve of liquidity that's locked, right? It's at 300 million market cap. Like, it's not a rug. It's a plan gone miserably wrong with $100 million sitting in an account that I'm the custodian of, but I'm not. I would love instruction on what to do with it. I don't no desire to be public enemy number one of how to make this happen. I'm not benefiting from this. My life is just in danger.
Yeah, so there's a few things I want to touch on there. Thanks for that explanation. The 100 million, I think the view from the public is that, like, rug is a word at this point which is so widely used that it has like a colloquial meaning too, and it just means sort of like unfair value extraction. I think that's like kind of the colloquial meaning. And in this case, the unfair value extraction would be like taking money out, and the view was that there's no clarity on what that was going to be used for. So people just thought like, oh, they're just taking profits. Right? This is $100 million of profits in such and such a time. So that was the view. But yeah, obviously something needs to be done with this $100 million to try to put it back in the people's hands. I think that's going to be a very complicated, tough process because it's very difficult to do that with people not further taking advantage of the situation, right?
Well, and if I could just comment, like, it's also multi-sided, right? Because like it's a meme coin. Like if you're turbo nuking your whole portfolio into a meme coin, right? Like that, I mean, not financial advice, but like it's foolish. So I understand that, but at the same time, it's like
I should probably join the team
today with a number of different people. It's like, how do you assess a value when the token's not dead? The president's most likely going to support it, so it's going to have some element of probably going back up. And you have to both control the narrative of like, okay, people have lost money because they've chosen to sell, but the token's not dead yet. Like, where are those lines? And the answer is nobody can give me an answer.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Malay backtracked, and I think Malay's gonna wash his hands of this. But I could definitely be wrong. I don't know the whole situation. I do have a question, like just like a yes or no. Like, is Malay gonna make money on this?
No.
Right. My second question: are the two people who were involved in this launch Manuel and Mauricio?
Yes.
From Tech 4 Marketing?
Yes.
Kit Protocol was going to run the nonprofit, or whatever it was going to be, like a foundation, right?
Yeah, honestly, like, yeah.
They didn't have much to do with it. And then you were going to launch the coin, but you weren't going to do like distribution of the money.
So yeah, I can talk a little more about that. So like the plan, like this was supposed to be an experiment, right? Like Malay has a deep desire to put everything on chain, like to make everything public, to make like all the all the financial transactions of the country, like he wants to tokenize, right? So I've been in talks with tons of different people and tons of different foundations about structuring what that would look like over the next couple of years. And so like the idea was like, okay, well, let's experiment with this and see how it goes. Because again, it's not like he supported it, but it wasn't like it was his official meme coin. Let's also like make that crystal clear. And yeah, so anyways, that was a side note, but.
Right, so look, a big part of this is like, you know, people are trying to figure out what's going on, money gets taken out of the account, and then there's this accusation that insiders had knowledge of the contract before it was out. All these, you know, KOLs, these basically people in the know in the industry knew about the coin prior to launch, and therefore could have either one, just shared that fact with other people, which is bad because it gives people unfair advantages, but two, benefited from the knowledge themselves. I think a like very easy example is Dave Portnoy, who knew about the launch, like I think he said 2 weeks before you even before it ever came out, right? So he knew about it. Just as a quick amendment, although Dave claimed that he knew that it was probably coming out, he said he did not buy early or as an insider. I bought 10 minutes or so after Malay tweeted. I would have bought 10 milli if I could have. That's how I was sold on it. So just to be clear, although he knew of its existence, his statement is that he did not trade early. I just wanted to make sure we had that in the story. He had time to put $5 million together, which he traded on, you know, this coin. Then he loses the money, ironically, and you refund him. And so that is like the kind of insider like benefits and unfairness that I think a lot of people are going to look at and go like, this is so rigged. He traded $5 million worth of it, and then even when he lost, you refund him.
Right. So, a couple things. One, that was probably a mistake, to be honest with you. At the moment, at whatever that was, I don't know when that was, whatever it was, middle of the night, whatever. I'm going back and forth with him. I'm thinking, well, Malay's going to publicly support this. This is no big deal. I don't want Dave to lose money. I'm not thinking from the perspective of like, holy shit, everybody's going to get fucked on this. But that's not the perspective. So I probably need to have a conversation with him, and I'm sure there'll be different terms that we talk about. As far as like people knowing about the token, I mean, like, look, I can't say that I or anybody that knew about that, or Manu and Mauricio, haven't told a singular soul.
I'm on the way!
The idea of
I'm a roly-poly ball, but I'm slow.
Every meme coin I've ever known or invested in or been a part of, like, the people that benefit are the people that know, like, the people that benefit the most are the people that structure the deal, similar to any other business in the world. People that are closest normally make the most money, or lose the most money, one of the two. So I think that's a bit of bullshit, and that's just like crypto people that are angry that they're like, there's always there's an unfair advantage if you're a genius on chain and you know how to game the system on Meteora, and there's 30 guys in the world that know how to do that better than anybody. So it's like,
yeah, but there's, wait, there's unfair games, right? There's people who know everything about stocks. You can be Warren Buffett, but there's a difference between being Warren Buffett and being a guy with insider knowledge on like Pfizer Pharmaceutical and trading on your insider knowledge. So I think the frustration is people are frustrated that not that you're good at trading, but that you knew something, know what the public didn't know, and you traded on that information, which in the public markets it would be illegal. It'd be insider trading.
Right, but on meme coins, A, not, and B, that's what happens on every single
Should be.
Every KOL, every single one globally. That's how their main money gets made.
That's why they're scams.
They know about a deal, they agree to a deal, and then they make money on the deal. Like that, like if you're calling out that, you have to call out everything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think
like literally,
I do think that's unbelievably shitty. I do think that's unbelievably bad, and for everyone, except for the insiders, which is what I always say about meme coins, is it disproportionately benefits insiders.
So I think too, like my honest opinion is like I don't actually disagree, but I think like the vast majority of people betting on meme coins, right, especially at the beginning, and I think there's a separate conversation. Retail traders, like that is the game for everyone, and people that get mad are the people that aren't insiders. That is what happens. That's all the bitching on socials is all the people that get into the deals. You'll never hear them bitch if they're in.
Yeah, that's the point.
So it's like what do you do then? You don't
because
you
it's
you don't launch the project. You're
unbelievably
like, make money then. If Sniper
tilted.
What do you do? That's always the question.
Just to be clear, there's a difference between doing a deal, like, you know, and using the information you have from inside the project to make trading decisions based on that. Those are different things. I can get paid for a tweet, let's say, and as long as I disclose that, I don't think that's necessarily a problem. But if I'm on the side buying up $1 million worth of this coin because I have insider information from my position in the deal, I think that's wrong and should be rooted out. If people think these markets should be treated like capital markets, I mean, that's what all the crypto people say.
And I don't think people should treat them as capital markets because they're not.
They should. They are capital markets.
Deals, of course you do, right?
But even the deals which I just like bet on, whether it's like, you know, fucking jail stool or whatever, if I throw money into it, I don't treat it as a regular stock. I'm like,
you're being disingenuous because you're like, oh, I bet on it.
Right? So
you're not betting on
I
it.
treat it like a casino.
You have insider information.
The thing is that the people who always say like, oh, there shouldn't be like this regulation or that regulation are always the people who are tilting the table at the casino. Like I hear Dave Portnoy talk about like, oh, you babies in the trenches, wah, cry. Oh, Dave, Dr. Dave sold this coin. Okay, first of all, most babies in the trenches aren't getting refunded $5 million. Secondly, Dave's like, oh, you're mad at me because I dumped on you before you dumped on me and stuff like that.
You're just mad you didn't dump him on fucking me.
It's like, well, Dave, you're part of what controls what people do because people are trading based on you. So it's like, of course, people inside the casino who control the most levers are like, yeah, we don't think there should be any rules as to like what we say or what we do as long as we just disclose like, hey, I'm gonna do this to you, not financial advice, whatever.
Let me just say, like, don't, like, people like Dave, for example, like Dave A is a good guy, number one. Number two,
no, he's not.
Dave doesn't know that much about what's going on with meme coins yet. Like, he doesn't. He has no idea. Like, he's just kind of like figuring it out. He just figured out a couple weeks ago, like, shit, if I bet on this and I talk about it, the price goes up. This is so crazy and weird. How do I do? Like, what do I do with this?
Look, hold on. I don't want to focus on him because in some ways I appreciate his transparency and it shows a lot of the things that are going on behind the scenes that we don't see. But what I'm just making the larger point, which is that everybody who's like, yeah, we should deregulate this, whatever. It's like, this shouldn't be treated like everything else. They are also a lot of the times you'll find the same people who are rigging the game or have some hand in the game that is an unfair advantage. It's just like what you said. The people who complain are the people without the unfair advantage. The people who don't complain are the people with the unfair advantage. Like I think that is a true statement. I want to move on though from that because look, like a lot of this has turned into some of the wallets which are being linked back to you are like linked to wallets which sniped the coins that you launched, right? So in the case of Libra, there's the wallet which Dave got refunded by, which is, according to him, your personal funds, was linked to an Avalanche wallet which was funded like a sniper of Libra. So, but if you launch the coin, isn't it unfair for you to snipe the coin?
So I would say no, and I would say that for a couple different reasons. Number one, a lot of the times when, and again, this is like, I mean, again, it's a much larger conversation.
Of course he would.
Which is what I told you in text. But most of the time when I have different money.
It's not unfair for me to scam everybody else and rob them of all their money.
We're sniping. We're attempting to avoid other snipers getting in, right? So whether that's, and by the way, I don't conduct snipes. I'm not a dev. I just want to throw that out there. I don't even know how to. If you put me in front of a computer and had me try and figure out how to snipe, I don't even know. I've never done a bot. I don't know any of that shit.
But you're not denying that wallets linked to you sniped Libra. But you're just saying you didn't do it.
Link to the project. I wouldn't say link to me. I would say link to the project.
Link to the wallet which refunded Dave, which Dave said was your personal funds.
That just happened to be at the time of stress where we moved money from, but that was just a mistake. I mean, if anything, because
yeah, because it points to you and is linked to you. Of course, if it's a mistake,
when it went back into
you shouldn't have any links to you when you're scamming people out of a bunch of money.
Sniping, quote unquote, is the project money, right? That's how we do it for. I mean, and anytime we've done it, that's how we do it. And most of the time, the snipe is to deter. And if there's enough volume on the project, we use it so that it has the ability to continue on. And I think that's very hard for people to understand.
I will agree with that. I think that is going to be hard to understand.
Because you have like look, right? You have, and I'll give you a great example. If you look at Trump and you look at the snipes, right? Trump had so much volume, the snipes didn't matter. They made zero difference.
No, wait, hang on, that's not true. There was a guy who sniped early for $1 million. The big crash in Melania that everyone attributes to Melania was actually that sniper selling like tens of millions of dollars of coins.
Like the one that did like 84 mil, right? That one.
Yeah.
I mean, we could argue all day. My point is, sniping when you're the team, I'm not saying it always should happen, but I'm saying a lot of times it's to protect, and if there's enough volume, take some off so that people can have a chance to pump the chart back up. Because with meme coins, they go up and down so fast, these projects can get killed in 2 days. And the only hope is that you have enough of a treasury to go and try and beat the snipers. This is a conversation that goes on with everybody in Solana. Everybody that knows how these launches work, that is the conversation.
Do you think the public knows that when a project launches, the project is going to snipe the project? Because being the most charitable, right, which I'm just going to really stretch my brain and be super charitable here and say all of this money is not being intended to be profit. It's all for the project, right? I think the public not knowing that you have these, clandestine activities with these side wallets going on is inherently kind of messed up, and the project is controlling the project's price. It is like a weird kind of price manipulation where you go oh, if it's too high, we'll clip some off the chart. And then also it kind of makes the whole idea of the team having a treasury wallet kind of pointless because it seems like you also have a sniping wallet treasury, and the public has zero clarity into what's going on here. This I mean, just to be clear, do you think this happens a lot?
I think that this is all that happens in all of meme coins ever, unless they completely die and then they get CTO'd and hopefully nobody fucks it up. But I think this is just me being super transparent. Maybe it's oversharing. I don't really give a shit. Because everything is on the blockchain and because a certain amount of people have figured out how to game it, when you're the responsible party of trying to figure out how to make them last, because everybody, I will tell you, every single person that launches these, unless they're just a nefarious fuck, they're trying to figure out how to make these last. My whole goal of coming into this was if you want the Dave story, just quick side note, I want there was a whole deal where the Malay team wanted Dave to be involved so that they could do some cross promotion and maybe even eventually do an interview like he did with Trump and create maybe if Dave had a project at one point that there'd be some ability for their holders to benefit from their holders and create another social finance thing. Like we're always I'm trying to figure out how to do that. And what always fucks that up is just massive sniping. That's the main trigger point of what fucks it up. And there's no solution, because those guys just walk off with 80, 100, 200 million, and they're just scot-free. And then everybody else gets fucked and the project gets blamed. And so do I think that sniping is the #1 most ethical thing of all time? No. But do I think that anybody's figured out a better way to help deter, especially the beginning launch, when only the snipers can see the launch? Only the snipers can see the CA. Only. And they've gamed it. And they've gamed it on Radium, and they've gamed it on Meteora, and they're pretty sure they've gamed it on Orca as well.
So let me say, so I think this whole thing of like use sniper on projects is insane, but I will agree that sniping is a massive problem for all these meme coins, and I think insider knowledge is also a huge problem. I think both can be true at the same time, and part of the sniping happens from insider leaks. Like in the case of the...
I disagree.
Okay, well, no, you can disagree, but like there are alpha groups where, one, they're looking on chain for stuff, but they're also looking for early contract leaks, and they will pay money to get those early contract addresses so they can snipe the coin.
Right, but then what's like? Okay, sure. What's the solution? You don't launch the project, or do you try and protect it? Like, here's what I would ask you. What would you do?
Philosophically, I think meme coins are rent-seeking zero-sum games that extract value from the majority of people who engage in them, and disproportionately benefit insiders by how it works, how the deals are structured, and by the fact that for someone to make $1, you have to lose $1, right? So I think the whole thing is misguided from the outset. But obviously, I focus my efforts on where there is an unfair element of either fraud or insider trading or something that colloquially people agree is wrong. Because if people want to engage in meme coins, that's fine.
Change the buy and sell rules.
If they're going to engage in meme coins, at least the market should be fair. Like I think meme coins are stupid, but even if you want to engage in stupid things, it should be fair. This is what happened with casinos, right? Casinos, there's a bunch of fraud in addition to the unfair gambling element, and so then they got super regulated. There's a reason casinos are regulated. It's because people were getting screwed. And so I think the same thing can and should eventually happen with this stuff, although there's obviously a big push to deregulate everything on the other side. Look, I mean, obviously, I know this is a bit of a sensitive topic, but I have to ask
people
because
to sell,
this is part of what the story's about.
Their entire sum, 10%.
A lot of people have linked you to the Melania launch, and that is a big question on everyone's mind, mine especially, which is, were you part of the Melania launch, and was that sniped as well?
I mean, look, I think that like beforehand, before this started, I'm happy to share the truth, but I mean, you're asking a question.
No, you're not.
It's just, I mean, I'll answer, but it's actually going to put me into a lot of danger, which is fine. I'll answer. I was part of it. I think the team didn't want to snipe it because of how big the snipe was on Trump's, and we weren't we definitely weren't the big sniper. We were not that was what we were trying to avoid.
So they did snipe it.
We didn't
They weren't the big
snipe.
snipe
From the Melania team on any. We didn't take any liquidity out. Zero.
Okay. Wow. That's shocking news. But I want to zoom in on that point. You said, like, well, we didn't take any liquidity out. One of the wallets we traced to the Portnoy thing, thing, your wallet, or not, I don't know if it's your wallet, whoever's wallet that was, sent money to a wallet which had, like, got sent $1.5 million of Melania token from something called Melania-liquidity2.sol, and then that wallet seemed to sell Melania tokens that it received for free. So you said y'all didn't sell any liquidity, but
didn't swap liquidity. Didn't swap liquidity. Didn't swap into single-sided. I didn't say there was no money sold. There's a difference between swapping the liquidity and selling liquidations. Those are two different things.
Semantics.
Okay, so y'all swapped. You didn't sell, or the other way around?
No, other way around. Other way around.
Sold. You didn't swap.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So, are those the two main launches you were involved in? Have you? I've heard a few other launches, like Hood. Was that also you?
No.
Okay. Okay. What? Look, dude. I mean, this is messed up. But look, let's try to get to this $100 million. Thank you for being kind of transparent about your feeling about these things. I do feel like you have, been honest about this.
I mean, look,
you're sitting on $100 million.
Here's the thing. Before I talk about $100 million, I'm just gonna say one thing. Like, with all of this stuff, right? Like all these things, like there's nothing particularly like people have tried to say like how is he involved with Dave and Malay, right? I am like not any person that's like special. I've hunted all this stuff down because I was trying to get to I wanted two things. One, I thought that like meme coins were a step in the point of social finance, and I think I'm turning out that that's wrong, and everybody wants to kill me instead for facilitating some of these. But I think B, I think you and everyone else should at least take a fucking second and look at what should people do and how should people make money from these. Because there's basically one way, right? There's fees, which are very nominal on big launches. And then there's also, of course, the platforms that make fuckloads of money. No matter if there's a rug pull or a project goes well or not, which I completely disagree with.
Yeah,
I completely, and I completely disagree with it. Like pump funds, fucking full of shit. Meteora, Jupiter, Bullex, Photon, all these guys, it doesn't matter. They're just making money on trading fees, and if people lose their shorts, they're still cooking, which I think is fucking bullshit. And I've told many of the owners of all those platforms that it's fucking bullshit, and there should be some element of like, if it's a true rug where people are screwing you, or screwing people, there should be some sort of like refund policy. Anyways, aside from that, what would people do? What do you do when there's a broken system and you're trying to fix it, and you're trying to sort out different launches, different mechanisms, starting at higher market caps, figuring out who to involve versus not, how to keep the CA to yourself, how to market it without telling people? What the fuck should you do? I would love just at least, right, if this is going to be recorded and go live and whatever, that to be a thought, because nobody, the best people in crypto, don't have an answer. They don't. Nobody has an answer for it. And I'm constantly trying to figure out, okay, what should we do? How should we make money cleanly? Is it even possible?
Fundamentally, hold on. Fundamentally, I think people in crypto don't have a good answer, because the real answer nobody wants to hear, which is that you're sort of like, what's the fair way to make a bunch of money selling like tulip bulbs or something like that? It's like, you can structure it a lot of different ways, but anything that is by definition value extracting from the world at large is probably not a great thing. So I think people in crypto don't want to hear that.
But then every crypto project, whether they're VC funded or it's a meme coin, is value extracted.
Okay, wait, hang on. I think there's a difference between something that has it's a word that gets overused, but utility, something that does something, a tool that purports to do something, and then things that literally have no intrinsic value at all, right?
But it's still value extraction. It doesn't matter if it has utility.
Not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily. Like take for example, the company Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola, you could say, well, they're making a lot of money for their shareholders, right? But they also, one, provide a good. I mean, you could quibble about that, but like they provide a service people will pay money for, and they provide something. Then, in addition, they provide dividends to shareholders. So their shareholders, regardless, shareholder could buy in for $1 and leave with $1, but they've made the dividends, right? So it's not a zero-sum game. Coca-Cola is not running a zero-sum game. Apple is not running a zero-sum game. These companies that are in the capital markets are not running zero-sum games. They're producing things. That is what the value is based on. Crypto, the idea was that we are. Yes, it's a little speculative at first, but the reason you should care about this is because there's something that is valuable behind it. There's some kind of financial technology behind it. I think that's the overall pitch. Now, people argue to.
There's not. Look at any crypto asset, right? Like even Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is literally valuable because a shitload of people said it's valuable, and because it quote unquote isn't controlled by anybody that we know. Like even at the top, all of it is extracted to some degree or a zero-sum game. None of it has value. So it's
neither does a dollar.
Or it's a giant utility project. It all is dog shit. The whole point of being here is the attempt for it not to be one day, which is going to require huge amounts of progress for it to get there. My bet.
Yeah, but the progress is not going to come in the meme coin. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to finish, right? I'm not saying I'm right, by the way. I'm just saying this is my thought. I'm not at all saying I'm right. But my thought was, if some of these meme coins, because that's what all anybody gives a shit about, right now, at least for the past 3-4 months, or 2-3 months, whatever, maybe since Trump launched, is that some of these could at least maybe, again, eventually create utility, or the Daves or the, Kanye's a horrible example, but some of these big guys, and they start collaborating, cross-promoting, burning tokens, adding utility, and maybe there's actually potential of like social finance for those type of things. But in order to get there, there's going to be a fuckload of dumb shit that happens, which is the situation that I'm in right now, which is an absolute colossal, giant, huge fuck-off problem, which is the $100 million thing, which we can go back to.
Yeah, I'm happy to get back there. You got $100 million kind of sitting there, and you're trying to find what to do. Now, you and I spoke in text, and my advice, I don't know if it's perfect, but my advice is like, look, you need to take a snapshot, calculate P&Ls, calculate who lost money, and assign pro rata shares of the losses. So if, and maybe with an emphasis on lower amounts. So like, let me just like give you a for instance. You could cap the amount of losses somebody could reasonably claim to like $50,000. With the assumption being, if you have more than that, you are much more likely to be a more sophisticated trader, and the emphasis with recovery would be on people who are not sophisticated, who are just maybe, somebody from Argentina who just saw the Malay tweet and was like, I'll throw money at that, right? Or somebody from America who has like no idea, they have $1,000 and they just dump money into that. So you could make a lot of people whole using that. The downside is that it would take a lot of time and an analytics firm, frankly. As I told you, I think it would take a lot of effort. But I think that's the most reasonable approach given how screwed up it's all become.
Yeah, so I would, I've been told basically 4 things. I'm happy. Like if somebody, the whole point of me texting you was not some fucking sob story. It was like, look, I need somebody trustworthy to come help me because I don't know what the fuck to do. And I don't want to be blamed for something that I had no intention of creating, to be just quite honest. And remember, this is the government of Argentina, Malay, like Kip. I am not the team. I am not the team. I will say that 100 more times. Like I have no desire to be in this position. The video I posted was simply to try and get people to help, and no one, besides like Yatsu, no one has come to help. That's like a crypto leader. It's insane to me. All these people are bitches. Anyways, there's 4 options, right? There's no refund. and just, you know, and give all the money to an Argentinian nonprofit and tell everybody fuck off. That's a horrible idea in my opinion. Second option is a refund. But a refund is going to be based on, again, a bunch of different metrics, and people are still going to be pissed, and people are still going to come for me. So I've been advised that that's a terrible idea by a bunch of people. Although I do think people should get, even though meme coins are completely speculative and it's horseshit.
Refund is not a bad idea.
Life savings into these. I still think it's still based on what I think and what an analytics firm thinks based on a certain price. It's still fucked. The third option is inject all the money back into the chart. I did a calculation of how much money we have, and even with tons of sell pressure.
How much is it?
How much we could get it to?
No, how much money do y'all have sitting on the side?
No, it's like more or less 100 mil. I'm like right around that. And I guess there's fees too. So there's probably I don't know the number, but it's probably like 11 million or so in tokens and like 13 in fees. So let's say like 110-ish million, right, of cash, because tokens you can't inject back into a chart. If we injected all that back into a chart, it would get up to about 2.5-3 billion, right, which is about where the all-time high was, and at least gives it a chance. And I'm completely clean of that, right? Then there's like, you guys can say whatever you want. The money's back in the chart, and then people can say like, you know, well he bought the token before, blah blah blah. There's no world in which I'm buying this token. I want to get the fuck away from it. This has been a colossal nightmare for me.
Let me just pitch you, because I feel very strongly that this would be a mistake. And let me just give you a quick pitch on why that's like a colossal, that will get more problems. Okay, starting with just the fact that it's an inequitable solution. Like the other way of approaching
it'll be sniped by you again to try and hide it.
A launch which already was plagued by people, basically the fastest fingers taking advantage, really snipers, bots, taking advantage of, you know, a launch, right? And then the solution is, well, let's do something which also allows snipers and bots to take advantage of us re-injecting capital. That, you know, even when you announced that, you know, hey, we're thinking about doing this, if you're a savvy speculator and you know, hey, this guy's about to run this up to $2 billion, you buy a bunch of Libra coins on the cheap. Now, I don't advise that anyone do that. But, you know, even when you floated this idea to me, it's like that already created an insider trading opportunity, which I could have run to the side, got, you know, however many $1,000 together, dump money into Libra, and then wait for you to re-inject money. I could go, hey, Hayden, go inject money into the chart. Go do it. You inject $2 billion, and I get like 100x. This is a disaster. So it's like because there's an insider trading problem. There's as soon as you do buy.
Why is it a disaster? Because if I announce that that's the intention, it gives everybody the chance to buy in. Then it's not insider. Then it's completely free market.
Then it's another rug pull.
Back into something. Then it's actually completely free.
But even then, as you buy, when you decide to buy, people, the more sophisticated you are, the more you take advantage of this, right?
But that's the same thing. It doesn't, whether it's a launch or an injection, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter. Like that ends up being.
It is another rug pull.
That's the same point you're making. Like whether I refund people, they're still gonna be fucking pissed, right? Refund people on a meme coin, which sounds insane, or I inject back. People are gonna be mad either way.
Why would people be mad if you just say, hey? I mean, of course they might not get all their money back. Bro, but people generally like
because I have people who are like, hey, send me $1.5 million, I go kill your family. So I still have those people to deal with, regardless if I refund the 50.
Money, are you?
Of course not. But now I have to protect my whole fucking family.
No, well, the first thing you should do is get the money out of your hands. You need to go to a reputable firm. You need to set up a legal structure to get this money out of your hands, so you, Hayden, do not have access. Like, part of the reason you're scared is because you do have access to $100 million.
Sure, but that's also, yeah, correct. But if I'm being extremely transparent, honest, that's also my leverage with certain groups and parties, right?
No.
The fact that I have control is also what's making me a target and also protecting me. Because this
no, it's not protecting you.
This isn't like some random
fucking. As an idiot.
This isn't a scam. This is a plan gone very wrong.
It's a scam.
At a presidential level.
Actually, I agree with you. It is a plan.
So if I custody it with somebody else, even if it's a trusted third party, I lose my leverage. So until, and I told you off the record what I think is going to happen, or maybe it was on, I don't even remember at this point, until I have answers from Javier Milei, until I have answers from his group, until I get an actual real game plan, this is why I gave it a 48-hour window.
That's a moron.
Like, until somebody presents a great plan, besides some bullshit thing where it's going to take 6 months, if that's the right plan, I'll do it. No problem. Don't care. 100%. We'll give custody over. I don't give a fuck. I don't want anything to do with this at all. Zero. But right now,
give the money to
where I'm sitting,
firm.
My reputation is crushed
for refunds,
which is fine. I'm a target of one government, potentially more, and my only leverage point is that I have all this money.
You have no leverage point.
It's a much bigger decision than just let's get into somebody else's hands. It's not that type of thing, and it's not that type of story.
No, look, I'm actually. So I understand what you're saying. It's not. I agree. It's not a simple story. And when we talked about, like, you know, my suggestion, my first thing I said is like, this is going to be a slow fix. And whatever you do, you should do it very slowly. You should not rush in. And that's why another reason I said, like, hey, just dumping money into a chart is not going to solve all your problems. That is the equivalent of just handing the money away as well. Like, I do think you should be methodical about this. But when you were talking about, like, you know, if we do refunds, people are going to be coming at me. I was just saying, if you eventually find a trusted third party, then this would alleviate the concerns that like somebody's going to kidnap your family and extort you for money because you literally won't have that money to give them. So that's a separate point. But I understand. I take your point, which is that look, at this moment, in a weird way, the 100 million you have from the project is your way of sort of trying to get answers for yourself. Because
Balls of Ascension,
who's basically tried to distance himself from you guys. First said he was part of you guys, and he tried to distance himself when clearly he was part of the project.
And remember, like there's evidence of me being with him multiple times.
Right. Nobody disputes, and I certainly would never. Like Javier Milei knew about the project. He endorsed the project. I think he regrets endorsing the project, but it doesn't change the fact that he definitely endorsed it, and it was really endorsed by him. But there's a separate question of like, wait, what do you do with the money? And all I'm saying is that I think you should really think about the inequity side of. Like, already what has happened is inequitable. No one disputes that. So, when going forward, when you're trying to clean up this mess, it is tempting to look for the easy answer, and the easy answer is you dump the money back in the chart and you say, it's not my problem anymore, go gamble, you degenerates. But, I think the fairer way, and the way that is much harder to criticize and much, more responsible, is that you find some way to, find losses, find a way to get this claim into people's hands, and just do it slowly, because I think that's the way it has to be done, given the scale of dollars sort of at play here. But look, I recognize that I'm not.
Kind of forgot to have another beer in there.
And when you talked about like me, like really helping out, I was like, this sounds like a nightmare. I don't want to inherit your $100 million problem, but I do want to see people get money back, right? So I can only give thoughts onto what I think is the most fair way to do this. You have to make the decisions and live with that. That's sort of like your burden to bear.
Yeah, but also to be clear, it's my burden to bear because nobody has said shit to me, right? Like I'm in this extreme. Like this is the thing that I think people. It's just insane. But I'm making decisions on behalf of the government of Argentina who's distanced themselves from this. I have nothing to, if they want to refund it, that's what I would do. If, you understand what I'm saying? It's an impossible scenario.
Have they not given you guidance on this? Have you asked?
Zero. Nobody said shit to me. Zero. Zero.
Well, I think Malay's freaking out for his...
Yeah, because, obviously, because
he's going to get impeached. They're going to have proceedings. I don't know if he's going to get impeached.
He's probably not going to get impeached, but it's definitely going to get close.
It hurts him. It hurts him.
For sure. It hurts him a lot. Which is, I'm a massive Malay supporter, and I think he's absolutely clean and not corrupt at all. And I think tons of people in Argentina
totally not corrupt
to be more corrupt again because they gamed that whole system. Anyways, my point is, it's an impossible scenario to be in. I'm sitting here as a sitting duck. It's not like I'm going to benefit from this at all. It's crushed any reputation I've had. I'm all over the internet, and I don't know what the fuck to do. And I was a facilitator. That's the craziest shit. I wasn't even the deployer, and I'm not the team.
Wait, when you say the team, who is the team?
KIP is the team. That's the team that's supposed to manage this project.
Oh, right. But you're deploying, the token stuff is you, but the guy who's supposed to manage the funds after the money is, found out is KIP.
Yeah, where I sit, right, is I'm the launch strategist, where I'm making decisions on behalf of what the team wants.
Right.
Right? So I'm just making decisions on what they want to do. I'm not like a mastermind trying to fucking figure out how much money I can make from shit. That's not where I sit.
Evident.
I'm trying to put these projects together so they cross-promote each other and get bigger and bigger and become utility. That's the only reason I actually started doing this. I sit between there. I don't have a say in a lot of things. I'm just, in most cases, an executor.
But we should admit, you stand to make millions of dollars in most of these cases, right? We're not
100%. Yeah. I'm not doing this for free. Of course, I'm not going to say that.
Okay. I'm just making sure we're not playing you as the victim here. I think you're in a bad situation, but financially...
Oh, I'm absolutely the victim of this situation. I'm not going to financially make shit on this situation. But I'm not. Of course not.
How do we know? This is a question that always returns to me. This is sort of my problem with like project sniping and stuff like that. Is it's as I can trace the blockchain. And I would say I'm probably in the top 1% of humans at it, because most humans don't know how to do it, right? Even when you ask me, find all the snipers who did something, it would first of all take me forever. I don't have time. It's never gonna happen, right? It's just too much going on, and there's too many transactions to analyze. So what I'm trying to say is, when you say, oh, I'm not going to benefit, how do we know you're not just going to peel off a few million for yourself? It'd be very easy to do, and I don't mean it as an accusation. I'm not saying you are doing that. What I'm saying, though, is when there's so much money flowing around, and when you have access to all these dollars, and there's side wallets sniping, and it's to defend the project, how do we know that doesn't just end up in, your pockets?
Right. I think that, you can make a case for different projects of, what that is. I think on this particular one, because people are after my family, and because the president's involved, it's a very different game, just to be honest with you. And I have zero desire to benefit from something that could potentially kill me or hurt my family. So it's a much different thing than, cartels in Argentina coming after you, or other places too. There's multiple threats, both in the U.S., outside the U.S. So I want nothing to do with this.
Don't travel.
I don't want to make any money. So, you can take that for whatever you want, but I think it's just a different thing.
Interesting. Look, I think, you're an interesting figure in some ways. I think my position on meme coins. I won't, berate you too much about. I disagree with it. I disagree with the sniping.
See, exterminate better for this.
Because you represent sort of the other side of the curtain, right? You've seen the inside of some of the biggest launches on the planet. The Libra coin, for all its problems, is a huge launch. Melania coin. What do regular people need to know? Like you said, like, oh, people should, what does the back end of these rooms look like? How much money is being made by the teams? What is actually, insider information? Like, if you really think people should, be educated, you kind of were like, hey, people should think about these things. What should they think about from your perspective? Like, what is going on the inside?
Yeah, I think the best one to look at, like, from because I know, like both money was raised and the most amount of money was made was on Trump. I think that's the best example, just being honest. Because you know that, right? You know that people were able to buy in at 500 million.
Yeah. Like people snipe that coin too, you mean?
No. Like before it launched at some private dinner, that they gave people special access to buying it at 500.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Who gave that? Who gave that?
Trump.
That was what I was told. Like, there were people at some sort of crypto event in Washington D.C.
If that's, I don't know if that's true, but if that's true, that's.
I was told. That's what I was told.
Okay. And so give me your point. So your point is with that.
So my point is with that, and with Trump or any of these big ones, like, it is an insider's game. This is an unregulated casino. Like, if you're a retail trader thinking you're gonna go make millions off of meme coins, you better study your fucking ass off. Like, how do you think Pump Fund works? Pump Fund, the coin bonds, people put money in. Insiders know about it first. It rips up, and it's who loses last. That's how it's a game. Every single one of these is a game. There's none of them that aren't games. The only ones that aren't games are ones that have completely died, and a tiny group of people decide to CTO them. So whether it's Trump, Melania, Libra, Flog, and what other huge ones are there? I mean, you could just keep naming them. All of these are a game. And so from a retail perspective, I highly encourage people, unless they have, like, if you have 100 grand, go spend 10 and play the game if you want to do that. But it's not a good idea. It's like going to the casino, which is like, that's the game. My game is, I thought that some of these meme coins would turn into utility and would turn into, like, giant cross promotions and cool utility and partnerships and getting people, like, really, really socially, like, connected through finance. And I don't think that at the current moment. Obviously, I don't even want to do this, and don't even know how I would. I mean, like, I've gotten very good at being a launch strategist. I mean, even today, as like how much hate there was, there's like 20 people that asked, hey, when do you want to do this one? It's just like, it's crazy, but it's a game. It's an unregulated game. I think David Sachs called me. Go ahead.
No. Oh, please go. David Sachs called.
I mean, David Sachs called memes collectibles. I mean, our fucking president launched a meme coin 2 days before he came into office. That team, I don't know if Trump himself benefited, but that team benefited. I mean, go look at that.
Do you think that's a mistake? Do you think it's a mistake to basically let open the floodgates for this stuff, given that you basically said, look, this is all a bad idea to do for most people?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think I have a very different perspective, than 3 days ago. What I think is that, like, I'm very pro getting everything away from regulated markets, but I'm now recognize, because I think that's another game. I think that's an insider game, right? Whether if it's the Pelosi's of the world or the stock game, that's an insider game too. It's just a different type, and people have to be more careful. But capital markets are an insider game. The whole thing is, like, nobody's ever going to convince me that it's not rigged. Banks pay hundreds of millions of dollars a year to do illegal shit because they can make more money other ways. Like, I could keep going on with bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. I think if you're going to die on the sword of meme coins being, insider this or sniping that, like, you're full of shit, because there's every market in the world is like that makes a shitload of money.
Well, yeah, I just want to put a note in that. If your argument for capital markets is, they are rigged, that's actually an argument for more regulation against rigging than it is for less. Like, you wouldn't look at a rigged game and go, hey guys, let's take away all the rules we had in place anyway to try to stop it getting rigged, right?
Yeah, but then you have to trust the regulators, and most of them are being paid off, and that's been proven time and time forever. Because
but once again, the conclusion to, like, seeing problems in the world is not, like, you realize, like, your brakes aren't working correctly. It's not to go like, hey, the brake manufacturer's paid off, so let's just not have brakes at all. It's methodically approaching it and going, okay, we need to advocate for more regulation here, we need to advocate for more rules here. Saying, like, oh yeah, it's all rigged, isn't the dunk that people think it is on rules in general. Does that make sense?
Sure, but it doesn't matter. Like, that to me is kind of a little bit of a mute point, because, like, it doesn't matter. The people that have the most money, the most access, and the most control, which is insiders, in any market in the world, always win. Always. They never lose. That's across the board.
I can't disagree with that.
So, to me, again, what would I tell people about meme coins? Meme coins.
Why do you always move?
There's insiders. There's sniping. There's crazy shit that goes on, and no one, like, and people at the top actually care the most. Like, some of the guys that I talk to, which I'm not going to name for obvious reasons, but that are like trying to figure this out, are not bad dudes. They're all trying to figure this out. Most of them are trying very hard to figure out, okay, how do we make this sustainable? And nobody has gotten it right. Nobody. And I'm sure colossal fuck ups like Libra will help create structure, but, like, my phone hasn't been called by any of those guys. All those people disappear when things get hard, which is why I'm just like, you know what, fuck this. I actually do have things to lose. I have a family, and I have a lot to lose, just in life in general, reputation, etc. I'm like, fuck this. I'll just fight this. Like, people said not to talk to you and that you're gonna fuck me over, and I was like, dude, he's a Christian dude who's a rational person. Let's talk to him and see what happens. Like that's like the only choice I have is like fight this and face repercussions, or don't fight this and be called a scammer forever, which is just not the case.
I do agree that you just saying your piece, warts and all, is a lot better than everyone just speculates and your story gets told for you. I generally
100%.
think that's the case. I'm not gonna lie. I'm neither in the position of wanting to rehab anyone's image, and I'm also not looking to. I'm just looking to tell the story as it is. So when I air this, it's gonna be. I'm just gonna air the whole thing minus the parts you told me like we're off. But I'm not gonna clip it. I'm just gonna put it all out so that people can see your side of the story as it is. And I think you have been a lot more transparent than a lot of people in this situation who I think they are also scared. When you said people disappear, I think Javier Milei is scared for his reputation. I think Julian from Kip is scared for his reputation, partially because he was like turned into the boogeyman first. There's a lot of people here who are terrified, but I do think you getting your side of the story out and answering some of these questions is good. Now, I don't think what's been done here is good, but I think you being honest has been helpful. So I want to thank you for that.
Yeah. And I would say, like, I don't know if I have a closing thing or not, but I would say, like, a couple things. Like, number one, I just want to reiterate this, like, not only because I actually believe it, but it needs to be said. Like, Javier knows jack shit about crypto.
I gotta kill these guys. That's right.
He realizes what he's done. So I just want to throw that out there. And I fully back him, and I think he's the saving grace to one of the most corrupt countries in the world that has a chance to be non-corrupt. So I want to throw that out there. Number two, I'm sharing this story in the hopes, and I didn't think I would share, like...
Does this one count?
But I think, like, it's important to know that, like, just because there's a narrative of, like all KOLs, and I don't know that I don't know you consider yourself a KOL or not, but, like, you guys are all making money from either sharing content or getting paid on deals. Those are the two ways you guys make money, right? Or maybe brand deals or endorsements. It doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, it's because you keep floating content. And your guys' content, in this case, affects my family greatly and puts me in a fuckload of danger. Even though I am not the main player here, and I don't want to be the main player. That's why I've always sat in the facilitator standpoint. So I would appreciate when people, like, I don't need to be a victim. I'm not. But I would love if people could have a tiny bit of empathy, because I'm going to have security probably for the foreseeable future. And I'm probably going to be extremely fucked for the foreseeable future for something that I didn't want. I wanted 100%. I wasn't taking any money on this deal. I was doing this on behalf of Milei. I'm his advisor. I wanted to do this to further other conversations, further other blockchain technology, further other initiatives. I didn't give a shit about the money that this could make. Other ones, sure, I'm not going to claim that I haven't made money on them. That would be stupid. And then lastly, however you post this and however you transition it, I would appreciate at least some light shed on the fact that I am not a scammer, nor do I think Libra's a dead project.
I forgot the last one was.
We'll find out tomorrow or the next day. But my bet is that he supports it. And I think he's better off supporting it than he's not in his current predicament.
Yeah, just go back. My fundamental issue, sort of
the outside one,
assuming the $100 million gets the right people, is the sniping. It's the like clandestine sniping, which you
outside one on the left.
Of you, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, outside one on the left. That's a long. I think it's a longer story.
Are you benefiting from these snipes? So I think that's the question everyone has. Is like, are you launching projects? You know they're going to be launched, and then you benefit from basically investing in the project super early and peeling off money.
I haven't. So the answer is I haven't benefited from them as of now. I don't know. To be honest with you, it's considered treasury. So again, and I want to reiterate this because I think a lot of people don't understand how complex, when you deploy these launches, how complex they are. But you're competing against 100 plus of the greatest snipers in the world who are just peeling 10, 20, 30 million off these big launches and walking away. And in 2 seconds, the other thing is they'll dump it in 2 seconds. They'll just dump it based on when they want to. They won't even sell based on like a DLMM or a CLMM or a strategy or like there's $1 billion of volume, this won't hurt the chart, nothing. They're just going to nuke it when they want to. So one of the ways to deter that, which again you can say is fucked up, I mean fine, but is to try and get like
it's fucked up, man,
and snipe into it so the market cap is higher to get into at the beginning. Which retail never even gets that anyway. Like retail never sees that. Retail sees it 10 minutes later when it's at 10, 20x already. So we're also trying to help retail. But nobody sees that. Everybody just sees, oh, it's insider, oh, it's sniping. That's not. It's much more complex than that, and people just see that as benefiting, and it's not. It's not the case. It's every one of these.
I kind of agree with coffee
here. To get to a year, 2 years plus, every one of these teams. There's never a sense of like, let's go make shitloads of money from the beginning. So I just want that to be known, because whether it's believed or not, that is 100% the truth.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, to me, it seems like if you really wanted to bring up the market cap, I guess you could structure your liquidity pool in a certain way where it's priced in, or you don't have to do the single-sided liquidity. There's like a number of ways you could do it where you don't.
They're not all single-sided. They're not all single-sided.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is like, you could create a structure, I think, where a lot of this happens without sniping.
But the intention is to do that, but it doesn't matter. They all get sniped. You could launch at $1 billion, you could launch at 500, you could launch at 200, you could launch at 300. They all get sniped.
It's kind of like this. Okay, finally I've kind of come up with the thing. Like you're like a bank, right? And you go like, hey, you know, there's money in the bank. Come like try to like kind of play the game. But you're like, look, I'm afraid that people are gonna get to my bank vault first, so I'm gonna rob myself first in order to put money back in the vault later. And we just all are squinting our eyes like, well, are you ever gonna actually put the money back in the vault? And that's kind of this weird like trust game we have to play of, oh yeah,
that actually sounds exactly like crypto. But sure, like yeah, I mean that's actually not the worst. That's not the worst depiction.
Okay.
I mean, every one of these launches is just like that. It's like how the question on everybody's mind is how do we launch this as fairly and without snipers? Like, do you do a big pre-marketing hype about it? Well, then all the snipers are gonna know. Do you do it stealth, but and then somehow a couple people get to figure it out? I don't know. It's always like that. And you and nobody else has given me an actual answer, which is why I just get blamed. But nobody provides a solution of like this is how we should do this going forward, and this is why it makes sense. It's all on the blockchain, so it's all able to be seen to some degree or another.
It is all on the blockchain. I mean, again, I put forward my thoughts about meme coins in general and stuff. So I have some recommendations. I've never been accused of not having enough opinions. I mean, I think anyone who knows me knows that. But you know, whether you think those are valid or not is a different story. Listen, Hayden, I think you've covered the majority of the big stuff. I want to thank you for telling your side of the story. Like I said, I may not agree with it, but you know, I think you have shed light on a lot of issues that were previously not touched on that are relevant. I think this will end up being an important interview. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, take care.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there's another one. The question is that 2 Halls of Ascension or 3? I don't know. We're going to find out in this episode. Gray. Don't fast forward it.
Let the joyous news be spread. The worthless old penny at last is dead, the president said. But after 2 centuries of copper in play, can just one order really sweep it away? To find out, when power's in doubt, we turn to the Constitution to sort it out, which has Congress write what laws shall be while the president decides how to enforce their decree. And since Congress created the pennies through ink, the president has no power to snap them away. You'd think. Okay, so the president really did just post that the days of printing pennies are now done because printing pennies is dumb. It costs more than a penny to print a penny, and it has for ages. 13 years ago, when I first made a video on this topic, click here, it cost 2 cents to print a penny, but since then it's only gotten worse every year, nearly 4 cents now, which means the government spends $1 to buy 27 cents. A terrible deal one shouldn't do, even once, but instead that somehow happens 100 million times every year, evaporating $70 million into the ether just to print pennies, which means, yes, the US Mint manages to lose money while literally printing money. Guys, like literally how? Like literally why? Well, the why is because congressional law says to do so. Or does it? Which brings us back to the president's post saying, sod this, it's stupid, we're stopping. But does the president really have the power to prevent the penny printing? Because according to the Constitution, the president is to execute the laws that Congress writes. But the thing is, Congress, bless their hearts, has been having a hard time with their half of the homework. See, to pass a law means corralling hundreds of Congress critters together to all agree not just on the law they'd like to pass, but the exact wording and boring but vital details of that law. And that's like really hard hard to get everyone to agree on because laws have gotten way longer and complicateder, so there's more to argue over. Not to mention gluing loads of laws together, and also it's summer break soon, so to get it done and go outside, Congress has developed a bit of a bad habit by writing broad laws that state their simple goal, X needs to happen, and assigning the funds to pay for it, but then the exact details of how the X is to be done, they often just don't, which means there's less to argue over, which makes the law easier to pass, but passes the problem to the president of how to X exactly. And the penny is the perfect example. Congress passed the law stating which coins can exist and gave the money to make them, but how many coins to mint? That's very hard math. So just print the necessary amounts, okay? Necessary? Necessary. Amounts? Amounts. So I decide what is necessary? What is amount? Sure. Perfect. Wait, what? So, if the penny costs more to make than it's worth, then it seems to me necessarily unnecessary, and 0 is technically an amount, correct? Which, technically correct. But this trick of 0 is something, right guys, will definitely cause some pushback, because if it works, it means the president has the ability to eliminate anything Congress wasn't crystal clear about in the exact details of its creation. So when an inevitable argument starts over who can tell who what to do what, then again we take it to the Constitution, which tells us to take it to the courts, who always have only one question. Mr. President, is there precedent? And in this case of coins, well, not exactly. See, previous presidents with unpopular coins they wished to ditch used the same trick, but softer, instructing the mint to print the necessary amounts needed only for numismatists, coin collectors that is, which was not a lot and effectively retired those coins from circulation. So non-collecting citizens didn't have to deal with coins they didn't like. The president got to push presidential power just a pinch, while Congress didn't feel countermanded. Everyone was happy, especially the coin collectors whose unwanted coins just got rarer. But the penny is different. Unlike those other coins, it's used everywhere. Billions need printing a year at a loss, which is the whole problem, and what makes it harder to argue that 0 is the necessary amount of pennies instead of the presidentially preferred amount of pennies. What will happen? Now we have to wait and see. Will the president push this trick to its technically correct
Just
max?
change its formulation.
If so, and if it stands, it could become the precedent for future presidents for eliminating far more than just coins. But until then, ahem. Even a soft,
First of all,
correct decree will make
the motherfucker can be hollow.
Cease to be, saving billions now lost on copper's high cost. Thus, whichever path lies.
Second of all, it ain't gotta be copper.
The penny is truly dead.
Subject found in her name.
Keep the design. Make it out of something cheap.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
No reason the material can't cost a penny. Oh wait, this is a place.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
this one's really easy. Wow! Stop it. Stop it. That was considered on the ground. Okay, let's find something else to watch. Or listen to and look over at occasionally.
Man, the GPU situation is crazy out there. Hey, anyone know a way to play games without using a computer that isn't that obscure board game you're reaching for right now? Look, I'm glad you like it. Leaks concerning AMD's upcoming RX 9070 series graphics cards are rampant on the internet right now, with the latest being Amazon listings for some of the XFX versions with prices and a March 6th launch date. I don't know what AMD's strategy was unannouncing their new GPUs at the last minute back at CES, but the wait is now intolerable. We got GP blue balls over here, come on. Unfortunately, the leaks aren't inspiring confidence that Team Red will put up a fight against Nvidia, with the cheapest RX 9070 so far listed at $650, a whole $100 more than the RTX 5070's MSRP, which will launch on March 5th, one day before the 9070. That may give AMD some time to adjust pricing, or, you know, what the heck, just delay it again until this whole thing blows over. AMD wants one thing to be clear, though. There's no RX 9070 with 32 gigabytes of VRAM on the way. Marketing exec Frank Azor mocked those rumors by making up a desperately unrealistic name for the hypothetical card, while refusing to clarify that no gaming card with 32 gigabyte was coming at all. So you're telling me there's a chance? And I'll take it, because I want that VRAM. I also want this Gigabyte RX 9070 XT that was already unboxed online, showing off its 3 8-pin power connectors, which should deliver plenty of power without turning itself into fondue. That should soon be less of a problem, even for RTX 5090 owners. As a leaker says, next month, 5090 supplies will be stupidly high. So, for whatever high-end cards we burn through, we'll have replacements. Speaking of high-end cards, Intel. Yeah, I didn't see that coming. May base its next-gen Celestial graphics cards on an architecture called Xe3P, which sounds like a potential higher performance version of the company's upcoming Xe3. No P at all. Reliable leaker Raichu also expects the GPUs to be made in-house at Intel instead of farming it out. I don't want to make it sound like a given, but a guy can dream, because all the other Intel news is less inspiring. This week, the Wall Street Journal reported that both TSMC and Broadcom are eyeing Intel's tasty flanks, their chip design and foundry businesses, which, fair enough, do sound delicious. Meanwhile, the US government has reportedly discussed delaying payouts to Intel and others in the CHIPS Act program, and even suggested that TSMC run a joint chip-making venture with Intel, although many analysts say this is an unlikely outcome. It's so much easier to imagine
have the dead sentience adapted to my damage
Arc GPUs slamming the
while they're
5090
dead
into dust. Eat my power connector, Jensen! Oh, careful, it's hot! And who else but SpaceX has been handed another US government contract to create a new air traffic control system, after President Trump's Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced hundreds of Federal Aviation Administration employees will be fired, which is an efficient and based move, given the country has faced air traffic controller staffing shortages for years. Simple explanation for that, though. The ones that were there were blocking the new ones from getting in the building. See, we're draining the swamp. Figured it all out. The news follows a Delta Airlines crash at Toronto Pearson Airport, where, miraculously, nobody died. But the plane did flip upside down, which, according to FAA regulations, is unacceptable. Thankfully, one survivor managed to film his own rescue, confirming an event that he may otherwise have forgotten just moments later. Look, it's sad, but the only board game I'll ever be interested in is Risk, which can take days to get through, unlike the Quick Bits. Microsoft is continuing its streak of releasing updates to completely break features that were already not great. In this case, the company's latest Patch Tuesday update caused other updates to get stuck and caused File Explorer to glitch out when trying to perform advanced maneuvers like opening a folder. Thankfully, Microsoft made sure to fix the glitch that caused lag when dealing with cloud-hosted OneDrive files. Why don't you just move all your files to the cloud? Because what if your PC gets attacked by raccoons? No raccoons in the cloud. So, Twitter, also known as X, the coolest letter, was caught banning links to the web URL of the encrypted messaging service Signal by security research group MISC. They were met with an error message when attempting to send a DM and make a public post containing the URL signal.me, with Twitter flagging it as malicious, despite links to other services like Telegram not being affected. The reason for the issue isn't clear, but it might have something to do with government workers using it to inform journalists about Elon carving up agencies like a Thanksgiving turkey, but who knows? An e-ink handheld has been making the rounds online that lets you play through choose-your-own-adventure text-based games. It's called the Ink Console, features a 7.5-inch e-ink screen, and will support a number of older and newer text adventures. You can even build your own. The device will be launching a crowdfunding campaign soon, so check it out if you like reading, but wish there was more work involved. And a German research assistant going by Jaja on YouTube has posted a demonstration of his project called Espargos, a Wi-Fi sensing array that allows interesting visualization of how Wi-Fi signals move around in 3D space. Finally, we can see Wi-Fi. We had no idea what it looked like before, but we still are shooting it at everything. Well, turns out it looked like a green smudge this whole time. And you've been listening to my tech news this whole time? Wow. Hey, tell you what, come back on Friday for more tech news and bring that board game. I'll take a look at the box.
None of the scanners have detected you.
What? Oh, there's a... Oh, it's here.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Kill the XMI. Pause. What's this, Charlie?
I get into some pretty peculiar discussions on stream, and last night I was in a heated argument with the chat. The great debate. Standing versus sitting to pee as a man, which I didn't even know was a debate. I thought this was a pretty clearly defined meta. You stand when you pee, you sit when you poop. Not every pee is a poo-poo time, but every poo-poo time is a pee-pee time. And when that happens, that's when you sit. If it's just an isolated case of urination, you would stand and do your business. But I have opened my third eye to the rest of the world and learned that the bathroom is the wild, wild west. There is no meta. There is no God when it comes to that lair. There's
Say what?
pissers, there's standing wipers, and heavens to Betsy.
Oh, I have met a standing wiper.
There's even back to front wipers I learned about, which still, that is the most, out of every possible bathroom activity, that one is the most confusing to me.
No.
Because that goes against all basic self-preservation instincts, I would think. When you take a shit and you wipe from back to front, you're just putting the poop in more delicate places that could just be detrimental. You are wiping stinky ass fucking sauce towards your nutsack or your vagina or whatever. Like, you could, like, that's just disgusting. You could do anything else besides that and it'd make more sense. But
I agree, Charlie.
it exists. That is a very large community of back to front wipers. Point is, we got into the big debate last night on standing versus sitting to pee. I still think I'm on the right side of history that it will always be significantly more efficient and make much more sense to stand while you pee. Also, apparently people were confused that anyone would stand to pee. And that gets my head scratching a lot, because have you never gone to a public restroom? There's urinals. Like, it's not like a hand washing station. Like, you would have to know that standing pee exists. There's no way he does it quirky, right? It's just gonna be normal.
Foot in there.
Don't tell me he does double bunny ears.
Tighten it up. Like that. Over, under, through. And you pull it. And my grandma would say bunny ears. Go over.
Nope. See? Normal.
Pull it through the bottom. And tighten it to your liking. And if you
did double bunny ears, I was gonna fucking have a conniption. I still do double bunny ears. Double bunny ears will not be, brother. Grow the fuck up. I'm gonna go pee. You need to have a hard look in the mirror. What in the world?
I don't even know what double bunny ears is.
Grown ass man doing double bunny ears. Double bunny ears plus sitting to pee is an unstoppable combo. Oh yeah, I forgot all about pee sitters. I forgot about that being a thing. There's a very vocal group of men who swear by sitting to pee. I thought it was like a joke or a meme, but it's apparently a very real thing. Like, I always thought that was just an insult. It's worth looking into if you're a clean person. In what universe is sitting to pee cleaner than just standing to pee?
Doesn't splash so much.
Like, if
I can
you're trying to
understand
make
that.
the particles argument, it falls apart because you're still getting the particles. It's not like they just disappear. It just changes where it goes, but it's still going on you. You're putting more. You're exposing.
They're talking
yourself
about the
to
rest
more
of the
particles
area.
by sitting on the toilet in the first place. It goes straight into the bowl, not on the lid or anything. Not on the lid or anything. How do you pee? What? Are you controlling a fire hose? What is it, like a boss battle when you go in there? What do you mean not on the lid? When you stand to urinate, it shouldn't be going anywhere besides in the bowl in the first place.
Talking about the splash, man.
When I learned that there was like a very big community of pee sitters, I was stunned. Absolutely stunned. Like, I had become aware of the standing wipers legion, but I always thought, like, calling someone, like, say, like, back in the day, you'd say you sit when you pee to someone if you're looking for a fight. Like, but now it's like, apparently, and maybe always has been, a very real community. People got bad aim. But, like, it will never compute how that's even a possibility. That you're so inefficient with your cock that being a sit pisser is more effective. It's healthier to sit, too. Google it. I'll Google it, but I highly doubt that. Let's just think evolutionarily here. You have a wiener. You are not engineered to sit and piss with that. Like, back in the day, right? Like, before we had shitters, you would stand in pee. Like your instinct would not be, I have to pee, I'm going to plop down on the grass and piss in my, make a puddle around me. Like, that's not gonna, like, you're not gonna do that. Like, instinctually, you wouldn't do that. Like, not even dogs do that. They lift their leg and pee. Fucking dogs pee better than sit pissers, in my opinion. But here, I'll look it up if it's healthier to... That seems like propaganda. That seems like cope from some guy who just became too complacent sitting to piss, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna write a story. Someone's gotta believe me. Oh, the very first result is about how it's not even... Like, there's no real benefit. Like, there's no actual evidence. But then I do see that there was from NCBI that there is some benefits to sitting down to pee, like if you have to. And the benefits include muscle relaxation. Like, it's like, I guess you could make an argument it's marginally healthier, like because you're more relaxed. Though, I'm just skimming through this, keep in mind. It seems like if you've had like some prostate stuff, it's a little more like it's less taxing to sit and pee. Which I guess, like, that checks out. However, in 2022, also from NCBI, upright standing men urinate more efficiently than supine position. A morphological analysis with real-time magnetic resonance imaging. This is crazy. There's so much research. Charlie breaking out the pee facts. Not me, man. It's this study. It's not me. Honestly, Jason Tatum should cover that. Instead of, like, how to tie a shoe, how to take a piss. Piss maxing. That should be his next video. Stand pissers are always talking about... I can't believe he just said stand pissers, like that's the outlier. Like that's the one that needs to be like, like highlighted. It's so weird. Stand peeing. They always talk about how it doesn't make a mess if you have good aim, but their bathrooms are always nasty. Tell me, piss doctor, would you rather have our body turned towards the toilet while sitting, legs wrapped around the bowl? What are we talking about? Why would you be fucking jetpacking the toilet bowl? No, man, what? What even? I don't even understand what that is. Why are you reverse cowgirling it? We should run this by Brian Johnson. Wait, that's such a good idea. I wonder if he has any videos on peeing. Optimal piss strats to live forever. I don't know why I just typed in Brian Johnson. Well.
Yeah.
I don't know why I just typed in his name expecting, like, pee videos, but then we have How Strong Are Your Nighttime Erections, his most recent upload. Let's type in pee.
Too fucking much. That's how strong they are.
Urine drinking for health. What's your urination speed? Mine is in the top 10% of 40-year-olds with a flow rate. See, he's been there, done that. Let me see him talk about his flow rate.
Today is about rejuvenating Johnson's Johnson. I'm about to go in here to the urology office and get my penis injected so we can do a whole bunch of measurements. What? Here we go. Wish me the best.
Good luck.
Okay, so we're inside the office now. What we're going to do is first do a measurement with ultrasound.
Okay, that's getting dangerous. That position, that spells bad news for stream.
Thank you, Charlie. What? And then it's over with. Okay, let's get into some FNAF. That won't be nearly as weird as that one. I mean, it's still FNAF, so. I'm gonna get me something to drink.
Welcome to DT Not Live. My name is Ash, and today we are reacting to and analyzing frame by frame the secrets of the Mimic trailer that dropped last week on the State of Play. This was something that we were kind of anticipating, but we were not entirely sure of, and we got it. And, you know, I think I can speak for a lot of us here in the FNAF and Theorist community when we were, like, just blown away at some of the visuals that we got during this thing. This is massive. This could be a 10-part series in and of itself, but I'm going to do my best today to go through all of it, to give you my thoughts, predictions, and connections to the books to see where we're going next with this game. So if you enjoy the insanity that you see here today, be sure to subscribe, because trust me, it's going to get even wilder once we play this thing in June? June 13th. Without any further ado, my friends, let's hop, skip, and jump right into this thing. Whew, all right, gotta get my my blanket back on my shoulders. It's a little chilly in here today. All right. May contain content inappropriate for children. I will visit the esrb.org for rating information, as I always do. Okay. Oh.
So let me explain the situation. One of our contractors, Edwin Murray, has gone missing, leaving our property abandoned in his warehouse.
Okay. So, I was trying really hard to let it play as long as I could. I've already lost the blanket yet again. But what I can tell you right now, with the Edwin Murray name drop, is that we are picking up basically where we left off in the Mimic story in the Tales from the Pizzaplex series, right? This already has major implications because we've been talking so much about whether Tales games, or this idea that the Tales from the Pizzaplex books are actually canon and happen within the game's continuity, whether or not that's actually true or not, right? So Edwin Murray and the continuity literally carrying on from the Mimic story seems to pretty heavily imply that Tales games is in fact what is happening in the franchise now, right? There's still room, of course, for, you know, maybe it's just the Mimic stories that are canon within that continuity, but in regards to the larger discussion of what's going on, it seems like we are pointing towards the Tales games solution. So I want to call that out right now. And then going back here, this, when the state of play happened, y'all, this was breaking my brain a little bit. I want you to listen carefully.
So let me explain the situation. One of our contractors, Edwin Murray, has gone missing, leaving our property abandoned in his warehouse.
That's a voice that we've heard before. That is a voice that we've heard before, right? Little hand unit friend. Mr. Exotic Butters. That's right. I think it's that same exact voice. But when you listen to it, it's not as, like, robot-esque, right? It doesn't sound digitized. It sounds like there's actually a person speaking here, which means it could imply that, one, this is an actual person, and then that person had their voice, you know, recorded in such a way where they then digitized it and used it as like a narration, right? But it's actually based off of real people and their voice carried on through the future of the franchise, which kind of goes along with some of these characters that apparently existed way before, like the sister location or when we saw them at the Pizzaplex. They existed at the very beginning, and they actually did carry through just in a different format. So when I heard this, when watching the trailer for the very, very, very first time, which you might have seen already,
Goth,
if you follow
Jaded
Team
Frost.
Theorist on Instagram, it was put on the story. I was like on the floor, kicking the ground, like trying to make sense of it all. Wild times. But it seems to imply that this person was actually a Fazbear employee, and then their voice was just like modeled and rearranged to now be like a text-to-speech option. If FNAF were in real life, this would be a voice that you could make text-to-speech on TikTok, which would be awesome.
He's kind of like their version of Siri.
Yes, it is kind of like that.
Which is kind of sick.
It is kind of sick. Or Alexa.
Alexa.
Uh-huh. Or the Joker voice on TikTok as well, where he kind of talks like this.
Yeah, I hate that.
All the time. But I think this one is so much more fun.
Yeah, well, this guy sounds like a normal guy.
Yeah, but also very cool, you know?
This is the kind of guy I'd want to hang out with.
Right? Exactly. So, coming back here as well, right? Fazbear Entertainment. Yes, my friends, this company, as a full-blown entertainment company, has existed prior to the restaurants, is what this is implying here, right? It's still, I am thriving with this newfound information because it's been so much, well, it could tie into the books, it could not, maybe not, but this is just more confirmation, and it feels like we have clarity here on what resources we can look to for theorizing and for lore, which is very exciting. All that to say, we come in this van, and we are going into the Edwin Murray abandoned warehouse, and in the books, it seems to imply that, oh, well, Fazbear acquired this warehouse, this factory, turned warehouse, perhaps. Fazbear acquired it due to a breach in contract. So we know that Edwin was here from the Mimic story. We know that he developed the Mimic here, that he lost his son, David, right outside these doors, and then just kind of deuced out and disappeared. Where'd he go? I don't know. He went on a hiatus, and then he eventually goes back to the Pizzaplex later on in the timeline. It feels so fantastic to see parts from the book illustrated here. So, those are those initial frames and things. We need to take a look at what's happening here, right? Our first look into the warehouse. And this is already going absolutely wild. All right, let me go back to the beginning here.
One of our contractors, Edwin Murray, has gone missing.
Ah, all right.
I have a question about the van.
Yeah, what's the van?
Is that the van that we see leaving the scene from the end of the new Help Wanted 2 VR content update?
Was the van blue? Ah, it has a, yep, that does not have the white stripe. It is blue, but there is a white stripe down here. So maybe this is the first version of the van, and this is an updated one, right? Where later on, they're like, you know what? I want to revitalize these vans. There's only one way to do that. It's to paint a stripe on it, and then they go in. You know what I mean?
Exactly. A little racing stripe.
Yeah, exactly. Also, again, this is an older logo here, right? So it's not entirely out of the question for them to repaint it and to rebrand. And with all the money that they're losing from keeping these freaking locations open and then them closing because of all the, you know, child death, it might make sense that they're keeping older models as well and just revamping.
It's also really interesting that the logo that they're using here on the van is not Freddy or anything. It's balloons.
It's Fazbear Entertainment because if it's carnival based.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's interesting that that's this early on.
Right. Because like what we've seen of the Fall Fest so far, we see these larger carnival themes. We don't have a primary standout character. Like, yes, we've seen, you know, Jackie, Circus Baby. At the end of this, we're going to see DJ Music Man. There's a lot of mascots, lots of characters here. It makes sense that we don't have one at the very forefront. But if this is your first time going through this trailer, you haven't seen all of that yet. So we'll get to that later. But yes, right now, we are purely a party company. But that's why also it's Fazbear Entertainment. It's not, you know, Fazbear, insert diner, restaurant, pizzeria, ABCDEFG.
And it's not Freddy Fazbear's.
No.
It's just Fazbear.
It's Fazbear.
Interesting.
So perhaps Freddy exists, but they were like, you know what? He's not popular enough right now, so let's just keep it Fazbear. Or there's some other secret meaning behind the name that we're not privy to.
They don't have a star yet.
No. All right, so we need to analyze what's going on here. So, Sam, I'll trust your help, especially around the perimeter, because as you know and can see, the glare here is pretty catastrophic. And so there are parts of my vision that are just not... I can see the center area, but the rest is covered with light. So, going up here, one thing I noticed, dog?
Either dog or like, to me, it's giving me like a little bit of a beaver vibe.
Right, beaver with the little speckles on the tongue.
Which would be a classic Scott homage.
Right? The Chipper reference. This poodle seems very familiar to me.
Is that the same dog?
Hold on. The mascot and the cutout?
Yeah. Are those the same dude?
I think it'd be interesting where it's like, this is the character that you're wearing, we're gonna put it right here. Let me see.
I don't think it is.
Because we have these brown speckles here. There's also a collar right over here, and we're not seeing that?
Oh, I was thinking between the dog on the right.
Oh,
I don't think it is.
I thought you meant up here. No, it's because the snout is a different color. We're also seeing green eyes here and a party hat rather than poofles. And you need to have those poofles.
Yeah, if no poofles, no entry.
No,
That's
exactly.
what I was saying.
So, this dog is familiar to me. If you could take a screenshot of this guy and reverse image search it, it's at the tip of my tongue, but I've seen this character before.
Okay. Do it.
Thank you, Chef. All right, going in here too, we have some more, looks like a doll up here with 2 feet, just kind of sitting. Is that a bee? I think it's a bee. You have the yellow and the black and the stripes up here, little wing happening. So we got bumblebees, Buzz. Oh man, this is so cute. I have a lot of costumes. Some pipes here on the floor. Looks like this costume is what this apparatus is here. Some kind of platform. Back a little bit more.
The other thing that's really interesting to me about those two, like the cardboard cutout of the dog and the one sitting on the right, they are very fun time in their color schemes.
You're gonna see a lot of that here. Between the pink and the white here, some of the other animatronic, well not even animatronic, some of the spring lock suits that we're gonna see in this share a different scheme, and additional characters as well. I know that we've previously speculated, oh, what if Circus Baby, existed as a character prior to the sister location, right? It was ideated beforehand. And with all the repeated circus imagery, we thought that that might be the case. But now, again, with the fun time coloring and some of these characters popping up, it's seeming like there was a very large cast of characters prior to anything related to the sister location. It's just a matter of like, where does, the split of Afton, Murray, and Emily, how does that work out? Because it seems like Edwin Murray, contractor, important distinction. Not a higher up, not involved in the creative, purely just creating these robotic structures and figures, right? It also means that like, even if he's not working on the thing, all of his stuff belongs to Fazbear and can be incorporated into their future workings and projects. So, very important to note, contractor, not employee. All right, let's see. I want to go a little bit further. All right.
Just so you know, Google image reverse searching that mascot is adamant that it's Dog Day from Poppy Playtime, which it is not. So.
Do you mean to say that Elliot Ludwig was also in this building?
Yeah, you have Murray, Afton, Emily, and Ludwig. Not from video games.
No, from
toys.
Poppy.
From toys.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. We've got a mask here on the right. I can't tell if this looks like a beak, but again, we see these little like cheek circles, very reminiscent of Fun Time aesthetic goggles as well. It also looks kind of beak-esque, whatever's happening here. And a little lamb. And a lion! Ooh. In like a lion, out like a lamb. That's how they describe the month of March. In like a lion, out like a lamb. That's interesting. What is this lamb doing back here? Pink. Pink. I can't see much of the detailing on the lion. Next to some drums, it looks like.
Yep, definitely a drum set.
Are we partying right now? Huh. Can you see, is the lamb holding popcorn or something?
It definitely appears to be some sort of either a popcorn or like a soda that is like fuzzing over.
Bonus soda.
Bonus soda.
It's a little hard to make out, but it looks like a standing figure in the background there. The lion and the lamb. And they're both drawn in this like cutout aesthetic. I mean, not a cutout aesthetic. They're both cutouts and they're drawn in a similar aesthetic, notably different from the little puppy that we're seeing up here, right? So maybe these were both at the same...
Two blue.
Go back, one more hit. So there's also, I don't know if you pointed these two out already, the huge bumblebee human costume.
Yep.
And then the one on the left, I can definitely see it better now, is absolutely like a squirrel or a beaver, like one of those.
Ooh. Okay, so perhaps it is a Chipper reference. Yeah, even with these fangs?
Yeah.
Those chompers. Yes. So a large cast of characters, and it seems like different either cutouts, costumes were used in different parts of Fall Fest or this carnival, or, utilized and put out for different reasons, It seems like some of the color choices are similar, but the actual artistic aesthetic is not the most consistent currently. So just worth calling that out as well. Whoa. Every turn, we are getting more and more and more. All right, so we see this little balloon dog in the background here. Lots of dogs. So we have that in the background here. Again, I'm struggling to see what this structure is. I might honestly put that into Photoshop and brighten it up. This jester cutout, look at that face, that is disturbing. I also know that in the Mimic story itself, there are not just one, but two jester costumes, right? And we know that the Mimic goes into one of them because the team that Fazbear sends into the warehouse to get as this trailer says, to find the things that Edwin was working on. They go in there, they find a little satchel and a tape of the previous team who failed in their endeavor. And they look around, and there were 2 Jester costumes, and then suddenly there's one. And the Mimic goes in there and it starts, doing absolute chaos. I believe that's when they got Glenn. I believe the Jester is what caused Glenn's brutal passing. But important to call that out. We're seeing it here. I don't know in what universe some guy was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm definitely designing this for children's entertainment, and nothing will go wrong.
Right? Why is he standing like that? It's like when you go into your parents' room in the middle of the night, like, I threw up.
Yeah, are you smiling this, like, deranged?
He's got big I threw up energy.
Yeah, I threw up and went like this. Like, what? What is going on there? So those seem to be the big things from that part. But yeah, like dog, bee, bird, duck thing. This is totally like a goose, like
quack.
Going to the side here. Lion, lamb, balloon, dog.
Oh my.
And then whatever's back here is so hard to tell. I need to bring that up. I absolutely do. And a jester.
Enter the warehouse and retrieve the technology that he was developing for us.
Yep. All right. Oh, that brain was coughing. That's Mom, I threw up.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. All right. What is this mechanic? All right. The battery power. This is wild. And what's interesting here, too, this place used to be a lace factory. And then Edwin kind of came in here, made it his warehouse, kind of lived in here, too. It's interesting to see this fleshed out in more detail because we don't learn a lot about it from the books, other than it was a lace factory, and we know there's multiple levels because the retrieval team that Fazbear sends in here goes to like a first level platform, second, third, all that jazz. And I know they find like a closet, so it's evident that someone was living here. But all these different rooms and structures are things that haven't really been seen before. So to see that even these were more technologically advanced is wild and mind-blowing. And it sets up Edwin really as this like prodigy when it comes to robotics. So it's entirely possible that
so 2 blue and a red so far.
Again, some of his ideas and
Not
things
too bad.
retrieved along with the Mimic. It's like, okay, this is how we kind of got the juice and the ideas to make more advanced animatronics. Don't ask us to improve the spring locks, though, because we won't do that. But anyway. Oh my gosh, and what's going on here? Don't be late. Late employees are subject to fines and or punishment. That's wild. Also, this might just be because it's a little guy with a hat, but this reminds me a little bit of Balloon Boy. Hi. So that's funny to me. Interesting to know whether that's hanging up in here if we're still in the same place. 12 a.m. classic nap time, as we all know and have observed. Little mushroom here. This is could also be a nod to the books, because I know there is a mushroom costume that the Mimic also goes into and causes a lot of havoc in that thing as well. So it's like, oh, that's a proper established character now that we have little figurines of, and we're selling things about it, right? Like, whoa, okay. So this is really, we're building up these own characters and different parts of these franchises that actually were successful prior to the restaurants and the diner. So classic fan, gotta have the fan. Classic fan 12. Honestly, really cool nod. Really cool nod to like the OG FNAF games. We have the security monitors up here as well. Like back in time, it's just so cool. Like the 70s kind of like radio with the dial to get the station you're looking for. Epic, absolutely awesome. Seems like there's this weird little bottle here on top of this file cabinet. I don't know what that is. It looks red. I don't know. What red juice are we drinking? I mean, I have ideas, but
I think it's like a metal red water bottle.
Okay. Ooh, Edwin with his hydro flask. Back in the day.
Hydro Murray, that's what they called them.
Oh my gosh. And then what's going on back here? Lots of metal. I can tell you that much. Very beep beep boop boop. These larger
beep, boop, boop.
Kind of structures, it's very hard to see. I would hope that, in future seconds, of this video will get out there and see more what's going on, but oh gosh, this is so cool. I love the kind of 70s like technological aesthetic. Old tech is a strong interest of mine. I wanted to take classes on it so bad in college, but they stopped offering the course when I could take it. It was so sad. Anyway, I get to geek out about that now, so wahoo! Ugh. Ah, okay, so this is closer to, that's like what we saw earlier, right? Because we see these speckles here, and that seems to match the pattern. I'll move these subtitles out of the way. Like what we saw hanging up, you know? Same kind of thing going on here. Mouth open, those choppers I called out before. So still a little difficult to see what this is. I'm wondering if we can catch more of it in the light. No, come back, please, and thank you. And then these mascot costumes here. Obviously, we saw the Mimic in the recent content update and at the end of Security Breach Ruin, wearing an amalgamation of all these different mascot costumes. The elephant specifically is a very recognizable one because we see that the head of it just banged up by the time the Mimic finally confronts us at the very end. So it's cool to see them all laid out here in pristine condition. And just like the knowledge of what happens to all of these later is very cool and exciting. Here, I'm gonna go back just a little bit more. Oh, I went forward instead of back. I know my directions. Here, is that another dog? Is everything dog? Yes, that's the collar. So this is the mascot costume of the cutout that we actually saw. So that's all lined up here together. Everything is dog.
They knew it even back then.
They got that dog in them.
Well, they're in that dog.
Whoa.
They're in that dog. That dog got us in them.
They're in that dog, but they also have that dog in.
They're like a Russian nested dog. They're in the dog, but the dog's in them.
Whoa.
It's a mutual relationship.
Yeah, I know. I cowered out of that too. I was like, you know what? I know what I mean, but I don't like how this sounds, and so I'm just not gonna.
That's okay.
Yeah.
People will take them.
They sure will. Okay. Ooh, wait, is there something in that crack? In that crevice? Show me that crevice again. Show me that. Oh, is that an eye? Is that a little eyeball? Oh, that's so hard to see. That's so subtle. Yeah, so they're literally shouting out here exactly what we see in the story. The Mimic hops between a bunch of different costumes and goes woo at us, but like with violence, right? Because the Mimic learns violence, and that's unfortunate. Interesting to call it a prototype endoskeleton, though. Like, I can definitely see, oh, this could be really useful for us because if it's learned how to mimic the mannerisms of a certain character, right? But it can also respond to things around it, then that's a really convenient tool that also saves you money for like labor and like hiring someone to do a job, right? So logically, I could totally see that being the case. But as we see here, don't teach the Mimic violence, and then maybe things will be okay. But it's interesting that they're like, oh yeah, we're trying to salvage it, blah, blah, blah. And then they actually have this like violent killing pool on their hands. I really want to get a better look at this. Ugh. I wonder if that's the endo, actually just like hiding behind all these mascots, you know? So also here, I wonder if, I wish I could see more of it too, because if this is a bear, if that's early Freddy, how cool would that be?
That would be really sick.
Right? I don't know if it is though. It's really hard to tell.
I mean, it looks like it's got something on its head. Like 5 more. Yeah, like there's definitely, it looks like there's something on its head.
It's so hard to see here just because of all the glare.
Like I see, do you see his nose?
Yes.
So if you just follow that line like all the way up, it looks like...
I can see like little reflections.
It looks like there's like a bill, front bill of a hat. Like it almost looks like he's wearing the top of the hat. I could be wrong about that.
Right? It's really hard to say. We're gonna have to go back and put these in Photoshop and just like blast Hundo P. Blast up the exposure. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Okay. So this could be huge. Just the like clownish, kind of like hunched over. A lot of the mascot suits that we saw in this story, it looked like they were just like limp on the ground, but the mimic was actually inside of them. And then that's how they got hashtag tricked into getting hashtag killed. So that was pretty wild. Could be the same thing here. Oh, look at Jackie up there. I assume that's Jackie. You can kind of see like the clown jester hair, those long arms reaching out. That has to be. And then is that a little rat?
Not in the vents.
No.
On the crate.
Rats on the boxes.
Rats on the crates, guys.
Rats are on the crate. It's cute. Look at that rat. He's got those like big beady eyes. I would own that rat. I'd make that rat my pet. I wonder if in this game you can claim the rat, or if the rat's a collectible.
Is this this is a robotic rat? I'm assuming they made this rat.
Robo-rat?
Robo-rat.
I would love Robo-rat, dude. It's not even funny. He's so cute. Okay, lore aside, I need this guy. I have to have him.
Yeah.
Look at that. He's so cute. Oh, and there were... Yeah. There was a little bit... This is a really minor... Yeah, I'm great. So, there was this minor part of the Mimic story, too, where they're like, oh, I don't know what that sound was. Probably just the rats.
It was him. All along.
It was a sky. Or it could just be a little Easter egg of like, rats.
Rat.
That rat's not moving, but rat. Rat summer.
That little rat.
It's so cute. We'll go back to analyzing this frame by frame, but I need to see the frame by frame view of this cute little rat. It might be a chipmunk, to be honest with you. Look at it.
No, he can't be. He's got to be a rat.
Right? In my heart and soul, it's a rat. It might be a chipmunk. I actually think there is a strong chance it is.
That's okay. If the evidence comes out that proves us wrong, we'll just ignore it.
Look at that little tail. That's so chipmunk.
But he's not eating any wood. Isn't that what chipmunks do?
But look where he is.
He must be very hungry. He's going to eat that whole crate.
He's about to take a bite. We caught him right before. Yeah. Yeah, you can grab some more from the back, but this is mine. Oh my God! Look at the teeth on that thing. 83. 83.
Yeah.
I didn't see that before.
That's the number.
Like
they said the thing. Like the bite.
Wait, what? Oh my gosh, it's 1-800-083. That's it. That's the number.
That's just
the
not going to call
number.
anybody.
No, not in these times.
I think that's the like full-size poster of the like smaller posters that we've been seeing throughout like Ruin and some of this other stuff.
I'm trying to read the text on it though. It's so hard to do that. Such an extreme angle.
I know the one in the center I can see is a Fredbear's Family Diner poster.
Wait, oh.
That's such a crazy question.
Yes, okay. So I recognize the art from here, right? You're right. That's our security breach posters, right? So, oh man, this might be just before this diner freaking opens.
And he put these posters up in his factory, which is also kind of weird. He was a contractor. He didn't work for them.
Well, again, Fazbear acquired the entire warehouse because of a breach of contract, right? So Fazbear people have been, presumably going in here and like resetting this space. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible that they have that set up because they've already acquired this, and then the Mimic became a problem, and they were like, oh, we didn't see you here before. Or, the Mimic just got angry, right? This could also be like Fall Fest happened, they were in here, and then Jackie went rogue, or the Mimic went rogue. And Jackie is just like where the Mimic kind of lives in, presumably. I think that's a fair call out. I got so excited over 83. I apologized to the class, I acted out, and that was wrong with me.
No apology necessary.
I just was like, this is so scary as a frame with these teeth coming out. Again, why are we making these choices? And who knows? But I'm gonna keep my eye out for more links to mediocre melodies.
Nice.
But I thought it was interesting that some of the costumes that we were seeing, I felt like they were very distinct
You're welcome.
animal choices. Like the elephant is such a choice, you know what I mean? So that and the bear, I was like, I wonder if there's gonna be more connections to this, and then the mediocre melodies, if they are a ripoff, actually were derived more from Fall
Not
Fest
too
than
bad.
what Fazbear was doing prior to the opening of the diner. Just a general thought. It's very stretchy to say, oh, elephant means this, right? But it's worth calling out as like a, I
Two
wonder
blues,
if this is
two
a direction
reds.
that they could take it, right? Because again, we saw Mr. Hippo got put in our face again with Help Wanted 2, which I always thought was a little bit interesting. So it's like, okay, Hippo, and now we have this elephant character, or potentially another bear character. It's worth keeping our eyes on.
I
Not
think that's
saying
actually
anything.
super interesting.
Really?
Like with the elephant as like the main character too.
Yeah.
I know like Matt and Tom's position was always that these were like Henry's, I think, creations because of the like jaw wiring or something.
Yeah, the structures, the sliding jaws.
Yeah, but I think like thematically, the fact that they were off-brand and eventually acquired, like you put them in the FNAF 6 pizzeria, like you bought them out
Yeah.
and used them, it would make sense if they belonged to Edwin.
Right?
That's actually a really interesting thing to keep an eye out for.
So, and then just like the dunking on the name of like mediocre melodies. It's like, dang, that's intense, y'all.
Dang, bro, your melodies, they're mediocre.
Okay, anyway. Wow, scary. Elephant, interesting. Wow! The arm was so wiggly. I'm just losing it at this point. Woo. Ugh. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right. The teams that came here before got killed. And you know that. Oh, Jackie looks so creepy here. And we're going to be playing more with these vent mechanics, I'm sure. We're certainly no strangers to that in the FNAF universe. So, good to see that we're going back to our roots. Ugh! How haunting is that? How haunting is that frame? Golly.
But just in case, we suggest you get your affairs in order before arriving.
Oof. Okay, remember how I mentioned that mushroom doll at the very beginning, at the desk? So, we have that character here. I do want to go back and cross-reference, though. I'm at 53 seconds here. Let me jump back to 23.
Everybody type 53 in the comments so we remember where we were.
And I'll check it out. Say thanks, guys. Check it out. Red here, but yellow scarf. Back out 53. Blue, but yellow scarf. So they've got toads. Calling it now. This is actually the Super Mario Five Nights at Freddy's crossover we've all been waiting for. I think there's like a army of mushroom characters on our hands. But interesting, right? The one here doesn't color-wise match the blue one later on. So
yeah, I'll
ooh,
just
and
switch
what's
this
down
area.
here? What is it? Spiky? Is that a vent?
It
Hold
looks
on.
like a little space heater.
Right? Why is it spiky though? You see the spikes?
I do.
Ouchie! Hurt your feet.
It looks like the rack of like the inside of an oven, like a toaster oven.
Oh man, hold on. Getting some English muffins on the.
Cooking on the job.
Yep. Oh, let me get my butter.
I mean, if you're working 12 to 6, that's perfect, like breakfast time.
What a way to make a living, you know? All right. Yeah, so again, we've seen this mushroom mascot costume in the books in like a very frightening, violent way. I feel like something regarding the mushroom costume has also come up in other stories. Well, I'm focusing right now on the Mimic story specifically, just to hone in and lock in, as it seems like it's clearly the most applicable here. But if you have any more information about this mushroom costume, hey, leave a comment. Let me know. Could be huge. Oh, okay, wait. So the elephant costume was just like laying there at the bottom. Ooh, that's creepy. They're really pushing home this elephant costume.
That looks like a different elephant. Or at least a different outfit.
With the stripes? The stripies?
I think so.
The sleeves are different.
Yeah, this guy's in green.
Whoa.
Unless he did a quick change.
Huh, or you could swap the head with a different costume. And if the Mimic is jumping through a bunch of different ones,
yeah,
that could make sense.
Or they just have more than one.
Dummy mommy.
It's a
like
lot of
there's
elements.
elephants in
Oh my
different
God.
costumes.
I mean, if they have multiple mushrooms, they might have multiple variants of other things too.
Yeah.
That's a good call out. Hold on, let me go back here too. This really is the frame by frame analysis.
As it should be.
As it should be. Okay, so no suit there. Stripes here.
With a green hat.
Stripes here. So, going back. Yeah, so we have the stripes here. So what we're actually seeing here is different.
That's
We
a
have the
different
white-
fella.
White hat, green. And then we have the tusks here, these big eyes, green hat, still have the big eyes. But yeah, is the head different? I think it's the same, but, oh, white, green on this side. A rotation factor could also be at play.
That hat,
That is fully green, unless the white is hiding in the back.
to me on this screen, it looks two-tone. It looks
oh, yeah.
split right down the middle. The left is white, the right is a different color.
Yeah, so this is white, right? And then over
Yes.
here is green, that's what you're seeing?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, wait!
Oh.
Sam!
Go.
We're actually seeing the process happen right now. The arm got torn off. This is a mix and match situation.
Like Mr. Potato Head.
Just like Mr. Potato Head.
Wow. Like Henry
That's what we've
Ford's
all been
assembly
saying.
line.
Like what?
Henry Ford invented the assembly line, interchangeable parts.
Mhm.
That's what we're seeing here. Edwin Murray is the Henry Ford of animatronic costumes.
Should I look up the date of Mr. Potato Head or continue with the bit? Because I do think Potato Head predated this in like the 40s or 50s.
Let's go Potato Head.
Okay, cool. Interesting. Go ahead. This could be a mix and match situation, as you said. Going Potato Head. Did you get that rhyme? I do
I
it all
did.
the time. Boom.
Nice. That was pretty
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. I draw a hard line between jokes that are good and jokes that are bad. But at least I admit it, so you can't be mad. All right, so out here, I'm wondering here too, like we're seeing these little bits of fabric. I can't tell if it's just like cloth. Are we seeing a little bit of that lace? Or does this match more cleanly with the sleeve that we see out here? Hard to tell. But I think that this is a very important detail, and they're showing this to us for a reason, right? Obviously, it's like, ooh, check out this puzzle. First aid, very cool. Is that like another slip that's happening? I don't know, note slip? But this feels like we are seeing a part in the process that is important to depict. In my honest and humble onion.
I'd agree with that take.
All right, thank you. Oh, what, the rotation? I didn't take into account the rotation.
Oh, and the next scene where we zoom in.
Oh
on the
my
guy.
gosh, it just doesn't end. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, oh, that looks so... They really want us to look at this elephant. We have to keep the mediocre melodies in mind. I think we must.
I will.
And we will. Look at our cool little retro glove.
Tucked into the jacket.
That's
you don't normally
classic.
see that.
No, not anymore. But it's like that varsity style thing with the sleeve, right?
Elastic cuff sleeve.
Oh, look at us. We're little 70s engineers. Ah! Back to work. All right, and check this out too. Hi, Mushroom Man. I wish that YouTube would let you skip in like slower intervals and not just go all the way back. All right, so this thing with the honeycomb power on. It's so cool. It almost feels steampunk to me. All
Yeah.
these like gears and lights. That's so fun. This is wild. This is from the movie Robots.
Oh my gosh.
Back to work. What is even going on here? Going back. Like, is this just an additional... Because this is wild. One, feels like a mailman, right? Because you have the mailbox flag right here popping out, you know?
Agreed.
So it could be like a sorting situation. This seems like it could be like a bestie kind of thing. I could see us playing this game and being like, this is my friend.
This is our boy.
This is our guy. And check it out here. We have the collectible box that we see in Security Breach, right? So again, another tie to Edwin. Potentially. Like, the answers to the future are in the past, it feels like. So, all these gears turning and everything, that is so dang cool. So, I'm wondering if this character here, because we see the teeth are wide, it's a little bit different. It doesn't exactly match the kind of jaw and structure that we see of the Mimic, right? So, endo-wise, it doesn't quite fit. It feels like this might actually be, you know, a very different kind of robot or animatronic, right? And with Edwin's history, that's not completely out of the question. But to me, this does not resemble what we've seen previously. Actually, wait. 1, 2, 3. Just 3 fingers? Yes. Yeah, so this is, I feel like this is in its own league. 3 fingers? That's unusual. You usually see 4 or 5.
It looks very different from anything we've ever seen.
Right? Like, check out these, like, the little crosses and, like, plus signs up above the eye.
Mm-hmm. The weird, cool. Independently moving eyebrows.
Yeah.
Also funny to note, he's got a coffee cup on his desk under that lamp.
Look, he's gotta stay energized, you know?
I guess, yeah.
And you got a bunch of, like, organization binders. This, the collectible box being right up here, it even has the crank on it.
Yeah.
Like the, you know, manually motorized crank. Like what?
That's like that's a one-to-one.
Yes!
Those are the boxes
exactly it.
From Security Breach. They like shipped from here to the Pizzaplex, which would make sense with, like, they were doing all those kinds of shipments, bringing in new animatronics or whatever.
I wanted to look at the collectibles to see, oh, if there's any connection here, because now that we know that this box existed in the past, the prize boxes, you see here, it's like, oh, man, where's the link, right? So we have Sun and Moon, Eclipse, all that makes sense, right? But, baby, let's see what's linked to the past. Call Me Zelda. Comedy Mask and Tragedy Mask. And I think there's been some speculation about, like, Sun and Moon coming together to become Eclipse, being more of like a theatrical, performative character, and that might have been their role more so within Fall Fest. So that's interesting to see. Like, some of this stuff is obviously from the Pizzaplex era, but the others could be tied to what's before.
Like
old
these
posters. Look, the Hungry Order Now. That's Order Now. That's exactly what we saw.
Yep.
Exactly what we saw. So, yes, these are from the future, but they were from the past. Fredbear's Singing Show, right? That could have been the start of this entire thing. Okay, Freddy face shirt, Freddy icon shirt. Okay, that's... These are the older ones. Golden for whatever reason. Interesting.
Crazy. Can you check out the prize boxes page?
Yeah.
I want to see that box that was in the office was red and blue. Oh, it's not showing us the boxes, but
no, it's showing us necessary objects that we get.
High five.
But look again, the Mr. Hippo magnet.
Yeah.
Daycare bows. Have we been overlooking the melodies? Because I think we might have.
Maybe those melodies are peak.
Those peak melodies that we've been passing off as mediocre. Wow. I'm so excited about this. I'm having a ball. Okay. So, as I hear, we can see more about what's happening outside. It just seems very standard factory. These like giant lights hanging down.
I think
low,
I'm gonna AFK this next one.
Which is beneath all of this. Big old pillars, like some shelves, some kind of crate. I don't know.
Just see how my damage
Please
goes.
get us closer to the action. Crank mechanic, the mushroom, and what's hanging up here? Is that the bee again? That looks like the bee on the swing. FNAF bee. And that's all I have to say about
Let's
that.
just see how my pet fares against 3 other players.
What? Okay. That looks like a Roblox head sticking out.
That was like a staff bot.
That's... Don't even
That's what it looks like.
that. Oh my god. It's square for a staff bot, no?
It is. It's quite blockular.
Yeah, Roblox staff bot. This is actually the Super Mario Roblox FNAF collab that we've all been waiting for.
We've all been lining up, waiting for this day, and it's here.
It's finally here. Locals have been whispering that this was in the works, but they might actually be the day. Also, look at this. Like, the movement of this mushroom costume, right?
He's got so much bounce in his step.
It feels like it's a character walk, right?
Yeah.
This is a performative walk and motion that's happening. So if it's the mimic, which would make sense, then again, it's going and mimicking the performers and the mannerisms of these costumes. So it can kind of disguise itself as it's going between different costumes because it would understand the motions and the mannerisms unique to that character. But feels important to call that out.
What is that cardboard cutout behind him?
I know. I'm looking at it. The chompers on these characters are just so concerning.
It's like one of those Poppy Playtime signs. Like it says push and there's a big red button.
That's a monkey.
It's got a helmet on. I think it's in space. Like it's strapped to a rocket and it's got a helmet on.
It says either 80 or BD.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Space monkey?
I mean, if this is back in the past when they didn't they put a monkey
Monkeys
in
in
space?
space.
That'd be a cool historical Easter egg. Ham, the first chimpanzee in space. Oh my gosh! Became the first ape to travel. It's locked in. That was Ham in 1961. The space chimps, or astro chimps. Definitely. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Ham was spared decades of biomedical research, but he did have a lonely existence for many years. He was transferred to the National Zoo in 1963, where he lived alone for 17 years. Before finally being sent to the North Carolina Zoo, where he could live with other chimps. He died 22 years after his historic flight into space on January 18, 1983, at the estimated age of 26. Huh. That would be a wild reference, especially given the year. Wow.
Interesting little factoid about Ham, the chimpanzee.
That's awesome. I didn't know this. 1961 they did that, so I guess he didn't go to the moon, but just up in space, hanging out. And he got back okay. And then hung out here in North Carolina. How awesome. Epic. Very haunting in the dark. Don't love that, but yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't look all that inviting on the poster.
I mean, he could be going ham, though. Look at that.
That's real and true.
Yeah. Okay. We're on some rooftop. It's snowing. Winter? Walking in a wonderland?
Well said.
Top of the building. Oh, I also... You can see it more here. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So we see some of these pipe structures up here in the back. I wonder if we're actually back here during this section. Hard to see, but you can see some of these squares, and it seems like larger upwards pillars and things, right? So I wonder if that's kind of where we are. So, hi, Tiger Rock. Hi, Tiger Rock. Awesome. Oh, not much here, just a little bit of a environmental exploration. I'm trying to see, is there anything on there? Is that like an image?
That's the same thing I'm looking at. It definitely looks like there's something on it, but I can't see what it is.
All right, I'm going in. Going in. It really just looked like squirrels.
Right.
But we tried. Okay. Cool. Ooh. See some little lights on that door over there. Okay. Could be interesting. All right. Cool, cool. Oh! They're off. With the little eyes. Oh, we're going to take a good look at that. Don't you worry. Look at that. It looks
Let's
small.
see.
It could be a
Without
little
doing
doll
anything, I
that
have
David
14%.
Edwin's son,
Then
might
maybe I
have
should attack
with little
something.
glow up eyes. But you can even see the little tiger stripes up here. Big ol' eyes. It's very, very cute. Or Tiger Rock exists some way, shape, or form, and things get a little spooky. I don't know, but I think Tiger Rock is such a cool character, just like design-wise. It's like, oh my gosh, new characters in this franchise that we could latch onto? Perfect. Give me more of that. This is just chaos. This is just chaos. Baz wrench mechanic. And that, oh, there's so much here. It's so much here. It's so much here. It's so much here. It's so much here. Okay, okay, okay. This is so much. Hey, remember that whole mechanic of putting the key in, turning it, and then making sure that, you know, on a certain level, a pipe was filled up to a certain amount, and then you'd stop? Edwin. This wrench. Earlier than we initially thought. Yes? God. Hi, buddy. So, what this tells us then, Faz wrench, old. Is it in this place because Fazbear put it there, or because this was something that Edwin was actually working on, right? There's a lot of different symbols here too. And then back here, this giant yellow cake. I think it's a yellow cake, out of order. And then over here on this treasure island, the bee is back. I really want you to look at this bee. It looks like another dog pirate, an owl holding a treasure chest on this island. Could be like Pirate's Cove built out a little bit more. That would be my assumption with what we're seeing here. Coconuts and stuff. Little eyes or barnacles on these rocks. Hard to say. Sam, is yellow cake seen anywhere else? FNAF yellow cake?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, you know, sometimes it's good to look up FNAF yellow cake. I do it once in a while, just to
I am
stay
getting
with it.
images of real yellow cakes that
Okay.
are FNAF themed. I don't believe. I'm thinking of the cake from the minigame.
Right? Like
I don't think that one was yellow.
Okay, cool. Also, this, you want to talk about things coming before we've initially seen them? This threw me on the floor. The first time I saw this, it threw me on the floor. Helper? Helpy? That's Helpy. That is our fun time little friend with the little cheek circles up here and the itty bitty bow tie. Helper, not Helpy, Helper.
Helper.
Helper came before. He's been here since the start. That's old.
Rewind to the cake just a little bit.
Are we going birthday party with this?
We're going happiest day.
Happiest day? Okay.
The happiest day cake. So the cakes for the kids who are actually. I'll move it so you can see it as well.
Yeah.
The cake for the kids who are actually still alive is a yellow cake with a pink frosting.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a little different from what we're seeing. That's like a yellow cake with white frosting, but it is yellow cake.
It
And
is
interesting
yellow
to note, like the other kids are wearing the other like mascot masks essentially, which we've always thought of lined up with the mediocre melodies.
Right.
Which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. So there's tiebacks here, y'all. Appreciate you finding yellow cake. I figured there had
All
to be
day.
yellow cake. Helper. That is wild. Look at here too. Reset welcome show, right? So if this is like a system programmed through this whole like Fall Fest situation, Helper was kind of the mascot for that as well. So, oh my God.
And it's an acronym.
Yes.
I wonder what it stands for.
Because there's Helper, there's Helpy with a Y, and then there's Helpy with an I.
Yep.
So it's always changed and shifted, but the design has always been the same.
Correct.
This little guy. Oh my God. So yes, so much more than what we anticipated actually existed prior to the diner and sister location and our initial introduction to the fun times. I lost it. I cannot highlight that enough. When I saw Helper, I lost it.
Helper.
Ah! Okay. And a lot here too. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We have this doll running towards us. Running, running, running. This little mask here with a big yellow mustache, again with the goggles as well. Green thing, pipe, canister, and who knows, another duck over here. I can't tell what this creature is from this distance. Now this, oh, long. Yeah, get closer. Let me see. Dolly here. We've got some kind of medical symbolism here. Seems like a nurse.
Green. I feel like the medical symbol, the old school nurse's outfit was like white with red. So it's weird that this is green.
Yeah, it's more of like the Scrubs color. You know what I mean?
True.
So that's symbol here, faceplate, down the middle. Very much reminiscent of like the Fun Time kind of structure, which is interesting to see. Also, hey, nurse, medical care, first aid. There was the first aid mini games over in Help Wanted 2, yeah. And we had that little voice narrating to us the whole time about the different procedures. And then she'd go, yay, at the end of that, right? It's just interesting that kind of back to back, we're getting the first aid medical thing happening. So was she actually on the job to help out with little boo-boos and accidents? Entirely possible. But I think it's interesting that this is another character that, you know, maybe physically didn't carry over, but maybe in terms of vocal line and essence, did. We got to keep our eye. Hi. Oh, wah, wah. Hi, Dolly. Yes. Yes.
The rat.
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. We got. What are you doing here? Is that a gator? Is that a gator? You see that?
Yeah, that's a gator with like a straw hat and a banjo. A cardboard cutout.
Ooh. 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 Okay. Okay, interesting. What is up with all the ducks? Sorry. Ducks, geese, duck, geese, gator? Like Monty? But maybe referred to as his full name, Montgomery? I can't make out a lot of the other detail here. That we also have, hey, check this out. This doll here seems to be wearing red. I could see a world where that's baby adjacent, but we are also seeing this from like a great distance. But I see that and I'm like, holy moly. That's
yellow.
I just pulled up for Ash, the cutout of Monty from Security Breach on whatever like ride, the Monty ride or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a solo act, a one-man band, and he gets adopted into the band by Bonnie, or like Bonnie hands over the bass or whatever.
Right.
So
is this the origins of Monty?
It could be.
Oh my gosh.
Go
so there's
Nova.
That. And then again, the geese and the duck, I don't know what to make of that. That's aggressive. Up here, this doll.
Mm-hmm.
From this distance, it looks baby.
I was going to say something very similar.
It looks baby.
There's a stupid duck in front of it.
My gosh, there's ducks in front of everything. But makes it think.
The other one, the pig, looks both pig patch.
See that.
Looks both pig patch
here?
And, looks VIP.
Oh, I took a damage in between changing forms at one time in the beginning.
This thing's loaded.
Oh, I guess it is oh my gosh, the glare. The glare is such a situation in this studio.
Yeah.
So, okay. Pig.
Move your legs.
Hippo.
We're missing the frog.
I don't have glare, but I do have a bright light in my eyes.
And we might have already seen the bear.
But it's not glare on my screen.
Oh my,
It's just contrasting.
Wild.
And that's definitely a gator,
Light.
not a frog, right?
No, there is no doubt about it. That's a gator. Look at
agree.
that snout. Get a load of that snout. Look at this little cutout here. Looks like a little guy.
True.
Balloon boy. Hi. Oh, okay. With the hands out of the way, I want to make sure there's nothing we're missing. Because it's interesting that we get a scene. Oh. All right, and we chuck the chipmunk. We throw it. We say, go. Yeah, there's nothing else over here. There's this big wagon structure? Maybe? In the back here? Hard to say. Hard to say. More of these posters back here. Jackie, ah! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, okay.
This is crazy.
Music Man! I can never say it in the Patrickian way.
Music Man.
But I hope you appreciate my use of the word Patrickian.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Thank you. Up here. Oh my gosh. It's just crawling.
Ugh, no legs.
Ugh.
I gotta believe there's some clue to where Albrecht
All
went.
hands. Strength. Long arms. Is this just like a long chase sequence?
Looks like we're chasing her.
Crawling? It's interesting though. You'd expect it to be the other way around. Unless we now have gotten her so, like, the mimic's so weak of like, well, bye to the rest of your body. There you go.
We're looking for the kill shot.
Yeah, or we've just separated Jackie from the boss.
Open the wall.
Structure. But it does seem like the torso is cut off as well. It's very short. So this could be us trying to get the mimic in our control at the end of the day. All right, bring it home. Oh my gosh. DJ Music Man. Look at this man. He's got this like big old hat. He's got like little horns popping out from behind. He's like its own little record player, you know? Which is kind of cool. Oh my gosh, and the stash. The stash is really good. Okay, understood. Thank you. Hold on.
Holding.
The phonograph record player, right? That whole situation. That's the giant speaker that comes out. It's golden. It looks like it has pedals, right? That's similar to what we see. Oops, go back a little bit. Happening over here, right? That same design. I want to call out here the spinning that's happening here, right? I forget what exactly it's called. Yes, the music box. That early music box. So there's this, here, let me pull up. The mechanism inside. You had such a good picture. This one, where you would turn the music box, and because of the little nudges it had on it, it would play certain keys and create a song, right? So it's actually
it would pluck the little pieces of metal.
Music technology, that's new Music Man, into this Music Man. It's like original record playing music box, but it's actually a grinder that can kill you with spikes.
Yep.
It's antiquated music technology, Music Man.
And he's got the independently moving teeth, similar to Sun and Moon and the Mimic and all of those.
And it's not keyboard. That was my original thought process, right? So I was like, oh, well, his teeth, DJ Music Man's teeth as we see them, you know, it's like the piano, it's like the keyboard sort of thing, right? But this didn't have that, and it had this spinning mechanic in it. Killer music box and phonograph. That's so cool. Altering Music Man to match more of the technology of the time. Oh, get out of town. I mean, this stuff is still considered older if we are at the late 70s, very early 80s. Let me make that very clear. But also, to be fair, DJ Music Man is more of like a, you know, 80s, 90s glam rock situation homage in and of itself. And we know that the Pizzaplex is, when the Pizzaplex happens, we are well beyond that point in history, right? Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. That's such a cool
Why
choice.
the hell?
Is there anything else happening up here? It's just pink.
That's fucked.
Yeah, like classic record player aesthetic. Music box in here that grinds and kills you.
I'm bugged all to get out.
awesome. June 13th, 2025.
The film strip motif is interesting.
Right?
They're leaning in hard on that with this game.
Old tech. Old tech. I think we originally thought it was April 6th because of the mailbox that we saw in the content update. So I wonder if that number will come into play, or if we theorized too hard and said, oh, that's a release date. Anything is possible here, but... Again, that voice line at the end, this is not automated. That is not an automated voice. That is an actual person speaking. And I wonder if they took that and made it digitized. Same thing with Dolly, right? What if she's the voice and it's still captured later on? And so it's like, oh wow, these characters like Helper and the original, like this original DJ Music Man, evolved with the times and with the company to become, you know, whether the name changed, the kind of like aesthetic changed, the updates made because of technology to these characters, but they still grew with the franchise. Oh, awesome. I hired a guy just so I could fire him by Doug. All right, thank you, Doug. I appreciate that. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I am so excited for this thing. I am intrigued about the connections to the Mimic story. It's very clear that we are picking up where the story left off. We are the team that is going in to get the Mimic and these discoveries out of there. We're seeing a lot more connections to Security Breach, to Ruin, to the Help Wanted 2 update, and a particular highlight on a few of these characters in here, right? Lots of geese. We have the elephant playing a big part. The bee on the swing is in multiple places too. Bee on swing. Sometimes you gotta be on swing. And some of these characters that just existed way before we initially thought. How sick is that? I am so excited to see where this goes. This was such a treat, and we're going to be keeping our eye out for some of these recurring motifs, whether it comes to the evolution of technology, more of these mascot costumes, and the characterization of each, where and how Tiger Rock shows up, and if there are any connections to things like the mediocre melodies or certain character designs that we see later down the line. So, anything we missed? Anything you have questions on, concerns? Thoughts, opinions, let us know down in the comments. And I know for a gosh darn fact that we're going to be covering a lot about this game, so be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any of the theorizing fun, my friends. Thank you all so much for watching. And remember, this wasn't a live stream, but it was a video for you. See ya!
Bye. Why does people say that? Oh no, someone's attacking me. Whatever shall I do in Warframe? It's so dangerous.
This is a really short one. Jesus. See. Akihabara.
Akihabara.
You don't. Just don't go.
Yeah,
anymore.
just pick it up. None of us go anymore. None of us ever went since we actually moved to Japan.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, Akihabara's just changed a lot. I mean, even in 5 years, I feel like it's just gotten. It's slowly removing all the weeb stuff.
Yeah.
And turning it into more of just a generic, office-looking area, which that whole area was surrounded by anyway.
Yeah.
So Akihabara is just surrounded by. Every other station is just more a business district, and they're just slowly just turning Akihabara.
Yeah, Akihabara is slowly turning into Kanda, basically.
It's kind of
like Kanda's kind of swallowing up Akihabara.
It really is like losing a lot of its charm.
Yeah.
Which is, it's really sad.
All right, something a little more general. Tech.
Tech.
Okay.
Japanese tech. I mean, you know, you hear from a lot of, like, you know, Japan vloggers and, you know, all these Japan TikTokers that, like, Japan's technology is so ahead of the game.
Because Japan is living in 2035?
But, like, why?
Yeah.
Because they have, I don't know, fucking vending machines that talk back to you.
Oh, okay.
You know. But in actuality, if you've lived in Japan or you've been in Japan long enough, it's, like, very rare you'll come across an actual piece of tech where you're like, ooh, that's cool, or that's really handy. Like, a lot of the tech is kind of just gimmicky in a weird way.
Yeah, and most of the tech that you use nowadays are websites, like interacting with websites, and that's where you feel like Japan is really falling behind.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, if there's one tech that's Japan sucks ass at, it's fucking web design.
Yeah, because think about how much tech you interact with is more UI based as opposed to like physical law.
Definitely.
So in that place, that's where it feels like it's really falling behind. Well, it is getting better, but that's only because I think there's a lot of foreign pressure, a lot of foreign competitors who are coming into the space, like Uber, you know, which is kind of forced, like almost like Go Taxi to, which, you know, Go Taxis are pretty good at. But, you know, the only reason why it's changing is because it has to compete against a foreign competitor who has like amazing UI.
But did you have that honeymoon period when you guys were visiting Japan, or when you first moved to Japan, where you were kind of like not really trying to seek it out, but maybe you'd see that one thing that you weren't really familiar with, and you were like, oh wow.
I mean, when you
Japan's living in the future.
Yeah, a little bit, but like, you know, then you'd have to fucking book an appointment, and you'd be back to square one.
Yeah, I think I had that more when I was a tourist, and also now I feel like the rest. I don't know if I can point to many things in Japan being like, yo, this is so ahead of the curve in tech. You know what I mean? I'd say people would say stuff like, you know, vending machines, for example.
Or like the trains.
Or like the trains. And I'm just like, is it ahead of the tech, or is it just like efficient?
I mean, like,
you know?
and like vending machine is old tech.
Vending machines are old tech. You can find, I mean, there's
people don't buy shit from vending machines in Europe.
Yeah, they don't. It's just not.
Don't.
It's just not part of the culture. Like the train system is obviously, you know, still it works, and it works really, really fucking well. And apparently that's enough to be living in 2035. Because, you know, compare that to like the fucking tube, which is archaic, you know, and has only like one new line in the past 10, 20 years or whatever. But aside from that, I remember the only thing that like blew my mind the first time I moved here. It was such a small thing. I was like, yo, what? You could order sushi on a tablet, and then they have a conveyor belt to like bring it to you? Yo, Japan's living in the future, man.
They have two lanes. They have like the top lane, which is like they have the bottom lane, which is like kind of, you know, the classic revolving sushi.
Yeah.
And then they have the top lane, which is the bullet train sushi. That shit gets delivered to you.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, I remember the first time I saw that, I was like, yo, we're living in the future. But I mean, look, it got old really quickly.
Yeah, but like now, it's just like, damn, I actually think Japan is behind in a lot of places.
I agree.
It's kind of just catching up. Like, I think the one thing I really liked about, you know, the Japanese technology and culture was that it really, as an introvert, it was really helpful in terms of going to places and just not having to interact with people. You go to a restaurant and you could order off a tablet,
or press a button,
or do something else. And now COVID has just equalized all that shit, because you go to the UK, you go to Nando's, you can order it all on your QR code now.
Yep.
So that problem has now been solved in the Western world.
Yeah,
you know,
I guess in that aspect, countries like Japan were kind of ahead of the curve when it came to things like QR codes. But now it's like pretty fucking common everywhere. Like I remember there was a point where everyone hated QR codes. They were like, what the fuck is this? No one's gonna use this shit, and now everyone uses it.
Yeah. And so I'm fucking excited when I see, holy shit, this place has now got contactless payment? No fucking way! No way! Japan is finally catching up to the future, man!
Yeah, Japan has only recently started really like rolling out contactless.
Yeah.
And even then, I think the limit is still pretty low. Well, I guess it was in the UK when it was rolling out too. Yeah, it does feel like Japan is still behind, and will continue to be behind. Is the sentiment?
I think so.
Until some major shakeout.
Yeah. So bottom line is like, don't get fooled by all these like fucking TikToks that are like, Japan's living in the future, because it's not.
Like and most of those things that you see, like Japan's living in the future, it's just like extra service.
Yeah.
Like it's like people doing things.
That's what I mean. It's gimmicky.
Yeah. It's like, and that they you know, it is great service, and that's one thing you cannot fault Japan is the service.
Japan's living in the future.
Service is phenomenal.
Yeah, Japan's living in the future. They have a robot restaurant now. I'm like, okay, that's not going to change the way I fucking live day to day, though.
I'd say the only thing Japan is living in the future is just, it's like infrastructure. Things just work here. Things work very well and very consistently. Yeah. And that's it.
Public transport tech is probably the only thing.
Yeah,
I would say everything else they just like.
Life here is just convenient. You'll never be too far away from a konbini, fucking vending machine. You'll have your needs catered to in some way, shape, or form, and it's very convenient to get. And I think that is, outside of any gimmicky technology, that is the thing that fucking sets Japan apart from everywhere else.
Facts.
It just works.
Facts and logic.
Yes.
Facts and logic, indeed.
All right.
What's next?
Music.
I have no opinions on this.
Huh?
I have no opinions on this.
I have opinions on this. Go on. Every fucking underground artist or band I used to listen to when I moved to Japan is now doing anime openings for the biggest fucking anime of all time, and I'm just not special anymore. I'm just another one in the crowd now.
What do you mean?
I mean, I will say, like, I did notice that, like, I don't know how to say it, but like, it used to be like whenever you'd hear those like top 10 playlists, they'd always like scan through and like the trains, whatever.
Yeah.
Used to be like way more like cutesy, more moe kind of things would appear up a lot, and now it's a lot more like creepy nuts, that kind of stuff.
I mean, there's still a lot of that. For
still
sure.
a lot of it, but like I feel like it's less as much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if there's one thing I've definitely noticed about Japan's music scene is that, like, for one, it's like the live music scene in Japan is better than ever, in my opinion. I think, like, especially when you compare it to like where I grew up in Sydney, where like live music is basically dead now, and it's all been replaced by fucking casinos and slot machines. Like, it's just nice to be like, oh my god, there's like live music playing. Finally.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's like somewhere small, and like
There's so many like small and mid-sized venues in Japan.
Yeah,
which I
yeah,
think
and
really
there's like a lot of
helps.
like underground jazz bars, and like, you know, even some like pub like places sometimes are playing a live band, and like, you know, every other artist overseas is like coming to Japan to play like one show for the year.
Yeah.
And that's always nice, but like, yeah, no, I've I've definitely noticed that with like, especially anime openings now.
Look, I'm just gonna.
It's either Yoasobi,
no,
Creepy Nuts.
I was gonna say, when I moved to Japan, I'd be like, yo, I love this band. I love these artists like Yoasobi, Eve as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Japan, they do that thing. What's that, like the Buzz Lightyear meme where he's like, I'm done with you now. Japan does that for a year.
Yeah.
I remember when like Man with a Mission was like everywhere.
Yeah.
And then I haven't fucking seen
Or like
anything.
One Ok Rock.
Yeah.
Like, they were around everywhere, and now you just don't hear about them anymore, because like, oh, there's Yoasobi and Creepy Nuts now. This is the new toy to play with.
Well, I feel like it's just gotten to a new level of popularity, because Man with a Mission was like everywhere in Japan at that point, but it's not on the same level of popularity as what like Yoasobi has gotten, or Creepy Nuts has gotten, which is now they're like a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, wasn't Idol like the most like number one on the Billboard Top 100 or something
in Japan?
Globally?
Oh, globally?
Globally, yeah.
Fuck.
Can you search this up?
Yeah.
I know.
I think
definitely in Japan it was.
Japan was
definitely.
number one, but I don't think globally it was like
Idol.
I mean, it was big even overseas.
Top
from what I
100
remember.
globally.
Oh yeah, tops. Wait, hold on. Go up.
Yeah, go up.
42
Tops
and
Bill
19.
global exclusive US chart.
So excluding the US chart, Idol.
Excluding the US.
Yeah, excluding the US.
So
Idol.
I think including US was like 42, and which is still great.
Which is
insane. It was number one globally, of course, not including the US charts, which
fucking hell.
Which you know is massive. Considering that.
That's
popularity
I mean, that
of
was
anime before.
completely like unfathomable. 5 years ago, or even 10 years ago, like a Japanese band that did a fucking anime opening is like now in the top Billboard charts. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that. There's a lot more Japanese music now because of things like anime and gaming that have just kind of superseded the anime community now. And just regular non-anime fans are like, hey, this like Japanese band? Like, it's like people in the West are discovering that Japan makes music all of a sudden.
Yo, it's like the fucking I
have 3 or 4
Zero Experience Lane.
Japanese songs on my phone.
That's a TikTok song.
No, that's it. It's a TikTok song now.
I couldn't fucking believe that
I was like, wait. Yeah.
On my playlist to share with people, I have one that's pretty new, honestly.
Yeah, it became a meme, and then
because it's badass.
I was like talking to my nephew, and he was like, "Oh, I know that song. That's that TikTok song." And I'm like, I'm happy you know it, but as
an SEL fan, it made me want to kill myself.
I was like, no. I'm like, yeah, you was. I'll take it.
So close, little stupid person.
A win's a win.
A win's a win, but. Yeah, it's so weird because now that is more known as a TikTok song than the banger Zero Experience Lane.
Hey, better someone know it than not, right?
Yeah, exactly.
True. Okay, spring season.
But there is a part of me, there's the hipster side of me that's like, don't you fucking say this name in vain. You don't know anything about this song. You weren't there.
I was there when the scriptures were written.
Exactly.
seen Serial Experiments Lane. It's interesting. It's weird. Interesting. It's weird. I don't think I got it. It was interesting. I don't think I got it. Give me a bunch of these. Woo!
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I already pulled one out, so I
Okay.
just... Yep.
Go for it.
Seasonal menu items. Not limited to just Combini.
I hate them.
Yeah, I feel
Did
like...
you used to like them?
No.
It was cool discovering it. You
Yeah.
know, where you're like, ooh, there's this exciting thing, and it's like, ooh, it's springtime. What do we have to look forward to in springtime? A bunch of like fucking Sakura
shit,
stuff.
yay.
And I'm like, ooh, you know, when you first move here, there is that like new
Yeah.
kind of like new feeling of just discovering a bunch of shit. And nowadays, I'm like, if I like something, I'm just like, why do I have to wait one time of a year to just to get this specific thing?
Oh, really? I feel like I'd never really care for much of any of them. Like, Sakura is just such a whatever. It doesn't taste like anything. Sakura is shit.
It's a light
It's not a good
flavor.
flavor.
It's not
And
that
They
bad.
spend like 3 months making everything taste like it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, yeah, like you said, maybe the stuff you do like is gone.
Yeah.
It's
Some
not
of the
that
stuff they
bad.
choose. I'm
It's
like,
sweet.
okay.
It's light.
It's like suddenly in winter, everything becomes chestnut flavored. And you're like, okay, I like chestnuts too. Not everything needs to be chestnut flavor. Let's fucking hold up.
Yeah, or October is always like pumpkin flavored. Right?
Always pumpkin.
Yeah.
And pumpkin's a great flavor.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be always the main flavor.
Yeah.
Pumpkin is not a main... Let's be honest. No one's ever thought pumpkin's the main character. It really shouldn't be the main character. At best, it's an accompaniment to a better flavor.
Yeah, true. I just have like every time there's like a seasonal thing where I'm actually like, oh, I kind of fuck with that.
Yeah.
I just grow no attachment to it anymore because I'm like,
Yeah.
I know
Like,
in a couple weeks it's gone.
It's
Like
gone. It's
strawberries, pretty good. Pretty
Yeah.
good as a primary flavor. I like that they often do stuff like that. And I understand why that's a seasonal thing, but sometimes it's like you feel like they're making shit up. Like, yeah, like the whole just like the whole pumpkin being around for that long. You're like, okay. Well, I know I know it's not making up that it's in season, but like why do we have to have this and only this?
Yeah. I'm like, stop promoting me pumpkin spice latte, Starbucks. I'm not fucking drinking it.
Yeah, and then you know, you'll go to the
I'm
company
not
and
fucking
I'll say
drinking
every
it.
single seasonal item is often so fucking mid.
It is
It's
mid,
like there's a
yeah.
reason why it's seasonal and it's not around. If it was that good, they would find a way to make it.
That's true.
all
I
of the
I
year.
feel like even the companies making it are just like, well, we might as well ride the train while it's running, and then
Yeah.
once it starts derailing, we
Artificial
pull out on that
scarcity.
shit,
Because
you
if
know?
they made like $1 bajillion on some strawberry dessert, they would have that dessert around all year. 100%. I never buy the seasonal stuff from like the Combini or like Starbucks. I'm like, just give me a fucking
Is
coffee.
there a seasonal anything you've discovered in Japan where you actually fuck with it?
On navigation, Tenno.
And you're like, damn, why did I have to get rid of that shit? Or is there just so many now that it's hard to remember?
Yeah, so many. Normally, what pisses me off is the ice cream.
Oh my god, they have the worst ice cream flavors in the world in Japan. It's like
No. There's
insufferable.
Yeah, there's one time, maybe one out of like 100 times of the Combini where there's like finally a flavor I can fuck with.
Yeah.
Next time I'm there, gone. It's like, fuck. Can we just can we stop like cycling through different flavors of ice cream except for fucking vanilla and just
I don't need every flavor of ice cream to be some kind of like American monstrosity of sugar. Like I don't.
No.
But have a little bit of them for fuck's sake. Like Why does every ice cream flavor, like every single place in Japan you go, will be milk, matcha, and maybe a mix or chocolate, and it's like that's it.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, so vanilla was never a choice. The fuck? Okay, first of all, vanilla is the best flavor. It should always be available.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that.
Yeah, if you're gonna have milk, just have vanilla.
Isn't that just
milk with vanilla.
Isn't that
pods.
just
basically
milk?
Milk
Yeah.
with vanilla pods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and then I'll be like, our new seasonal flavor, change ice cream forever. Fucking sweet potato. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm not saying it's not bad. But sometimes you just want a fucking double chocolate chip, fucking cholesterol stopping.
Just let me be a fat foreigner.
It's ice cream. I don't want to be eating healthy. Why?
Okay, hot take.
Like pumpkin. That fucking soft pumpkin ice cream.
Okay, actually, sweet potato is worse than pumpkin.
Sweet potato is such a ass.
Hot take. I do not fuck with sweet potato.
Oh my god, yes.
No.
I do not understand the
Yeah,
ways that
I
Japan
don't
has
like
for
it
sweet
either.
potato.
It makes me sick.
Anytime I
know.
see anything sweet potato,
so
I'm
mid.
Yeah.
like, I don't mind it as like the fucking sweet potato when you're eating it like on
Not
a,
sweet
like
potato. Sweet potato
yeah,
fries.
sweet potato is great. Sweet potato flavored things. I'm
Yeah.
like, can we
I do
stop
not
with
get
this?
it.
Can we
Because
stop?
it's always like so artificial as well.
Yeah.
It just doesn't taste good at all. And then the ice cream looks radioactive purple, and you're like, this is just like, okay, like
Yeah.
for fuck's sake, like I don't need the Baskin Robbins Oreo milkshake level of like richness.
Yeah.
Just one. Would a
Just a
singular
variation.
Would a singular like brownie in the ice cream once, or just one like nut, like a macadamia nut ice cream?
Just give me a nut.
Like
just a nut.
like when I went to LA recently, like I always go to like the ice cream places with Lud, and it makes me cry that we don't have any of these flavors. They'll have like brown almond sugar. They'll have like fucking pistachios with like the crumbs in there mixed with some other flavor. They'll have like caramel with a bit of like hard salted bits.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
phenomenal engineering masterclasses of ice cream flavors. And suddenly in Japan you get a plop of this radioactive purple dollop, and you're like, this is sad. And you lick it, and it tastes just like cold milk with a light flavoring.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Well, that's why, like, you know, it's sad. The reality of it is that, you know, the best, quote unquote, ice cream places in Japan is just Baskin Robbins. All the Japanese people just go to Baskin Robbins
Because you actually get those flavors.
Yeah, because you actually get like the variants of flavors.
Oh, I love Rocky Road.
Yeah,
That
you
shit's
actually
fire.
get like a variance of flavors, and then everywhere else is like maybe 4 flavors at most.
But I get it, because you know you don't always want like a fucking cookie dough.
Heavy
fucking-
ass.
I get it, and
Yeah,
like
just-
I've been to a lot of places in Hokkaido where they'll have it's like an ice cream shop, you know, and they'll have like 15 flavors, and they'll actually like do some good stuff. But most places in Tokyo don't have a lot of flavors.
Yeah,
unless you.
That's why Hokkaido's goated.
Yeah, okay.
That's why Hokkaido is
Because like,
goated.
I feel like there's not a lot of shops here in Tokyo that do just ice cream and like have a large selection. They're often.
It's basically Baskin Robbins, like you said.
There's a couple of
There's a couple of local
what are they
ones.
called?
Yeah.
Gelaterias?
Gelato places.
Gelaterias? I don't know what they're called. A couple of them that I actually quite like because I feel like they do it right. But if you ever go to a place in Japan where they don't, like, they're not just an ice cream place, they'll often just have like 3 flavors and they're always the same.
Yeah.
And I'll say it, I think matcha as an ice cream flavor fucking sucks. It's just so bitter.
Nah, you had
Yeah.
me. You lost me. You had me and you lost me.
I agree with
You had me and
Connor.
you lost me.
Okay,
man.
I'll be honest, I just don't like it.
Yeah, I knew you just don't like matcha.
But because what they do is they take the bitterness of matcha, add a bunch of sugar to it, and then it just tastes like whatever now. Because you haven't decided to be bitter. You want to appease the masses. So you've added a bunch of sweetener to it, and now it tastes like nothing. And you've ruined the milk.
I fuck with the heavy.
I like
Fuck you
it.
guys. I hate you.
You know
if I have a limited quantity of ice cream flavors, but I really am just craving for like a soft serve or something, and I'm just like, just give me the matcha.
However,
Yeah, it's like that. It's just like that nice middle ground, you know. It's not too
Because
heavy.
sometimes you get
but
the matcha flavored ice cream where it's actually not too sweet.
Yeah.
And they actually leave
I
a
wish
little
it was
bit of
like
the
bitter.
bitterness
Yeah,
in
I
it.
wish it was bitter, because then I would be more
You would like
enjoyable.
that.
No, because like most matcha things I eat aren't too sweet. It's just that nice middle ground. It's not too heavy, not too light, not too sweet, not too
The greatest
bitter.
compliment an Asian can give, not too sweet.
I thought I had like real matcha before, and then when I did this video with Chris, the Renting the Castle, we did like a whole tea ceremony thing where I tried real matcha, and I was like, holy fuck. It was so bitter.
Yeah, boys bitter
It was
as fuck.
so bitter.
Yeah. It's like medicine.
And I feel like all these places, they're like, we have real matcha. It's like, dude, none of them taste like this. None of them taste even close
That's
to
the
what,
biggest red flag. If you go anywhere where they say in English we have a real matcha, 99% of the time, it's not real matcha.
If it isn't like if when you suck it and you don't immediately go, it's not real matcha.
Yeah,
it needs to be so fucking bitter. And one thing I think you all agree with me is the only time seasonal menu items aren't goated is when you go to like kind of a nice restaurant and they'll be like, look, it's the seasonal fish, it's the seasonal cut or something. Oh yeah. Even conveyor belt sushi places where they have like it's insane that you can go to like a cheap ass conveyor belt sushi and they're like, here's a seasonal fish catch of the day. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm paying like $1 a plate.
But we only have 20 plates, so you better be quick.
Yeah. And they always go so fucking well.
That is true. Seasonal fish is always goated in Japan.
Yeah. Fruit in Japan.
Oh man.
I don't get it much.
You don't get it much?
I get a banana from the convenience.
I've been trying to make it a habit a lot more to get fruit just because I missed eating it.
I'm a veg fan.
Yeah. You're a veg fan?
Veg ride or die.
Yeah.
Because you hate sugar. You're just like, sweet. Yeah. Ew, sweet. That's good though, because like I feel like it's bad to have a lot of sugar, but not in fruit, obviously.
Yeah, no, that's the good sugar.
Yeah. Outside of that.
I made it a habit now after gym to go to, because there's like a supermarket right next to it, to just be like, oh, I'll just grab like some, because right now it's like, strawberries are in season, so like, you get like a pack of strawberries that are really nice, or like some mandarins, or an apple every now and then.
I mean, I just try to not snack at all, so just try to keep doing it.
Yeah, there are some days though where I'm just like, fuck, man.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
like
I said that and I had a muffin before this. Yeah. I failed. That's a fucking lie.
It's like 3:30 and I'm like, it's too early for dinner.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'll just like eat a mandarin.
It's because I left myself leftovers today, and I left myself too little leftovers. Ah, okay.
Fair.
One of those awkward ones. Yeah, like to me, I remember we complained about like the fruit prices in Japan when we just first moved here, and I still stand by that. Pretty bad. They are pretty bad, and I understand now after living here for 5 years why they are that expensive.
Yeah.
Interception.
Because in general, you go to Japan and you buy fruits. The best analogy I can give is that maybe you go to Tesco's and you buy a packet of strawberries, right? Maybe one or two of those strawberries in that entire pack will be that S-tier strawberry, that you're searching for, and you're like, oh, okay, that is a strawberry. Everything else is like variation from like A to fucking D tier.
Yeah.
When you buy fruit in Japan, you're basically guaranteeing that every one of those fruits in that packet is that guaranteed like S-tier gacha roll. I'd rather just be more affordable though. Yeah. So what I would like...
Fruit is literally pay to win in Japan.
No, it is pay to win in Japan. What I would like is there to be a free-to-play option in Japan. We got the guaranteed S tiers, but I would like it in Japan if there was a cheaper version.
Yeah. Although I will say now that I have experienced kind of everything from like the cheapest option at a supermarket, which, compared to the rest of the world or a lot of places in the world, still way more expensive than usual, all the way up to like, the ultra rare variant of like fruits. And man, just the ultra rare shit, not worth it.
No. Okay.
At all.
Never. It is not worth it. But it is like sometimes it's like a fucking one of a kind experience. I don't know. I had one mango that changed my fucking life.
Really? I've had like quite a few variants of like super expensive fruit. Some of them where it's just like, okay, it's a little bit more expensive than the usual. And then there are just some where it's like, oh, I'm paying literally hundreds of dollars for this.
It's ridiculous. It's not worth it.
And I'm just like, bro, it's not worth it.
When you compare it to like veg, it's so cheap here.
Yeah.
Vegetables are so fucking cheap here. You're like, just grow more. If it is expensive, just fucking grow more.
Sure.
Clearly, there's not like as much of a demand for that as say like a daikon or something.
Well, I think it's that whole like gift giving culture right in Japan where it's like the easiest thing is fruit.
I've never actually bought like $100 fruits. I've only eaten what was like given to me, which is probably why I don't mind the experience.
Yeah, exactly.
When it's a present, you're like, wait, what? I remember. So I think like
you got to pull on someone else's whale account.
Yeah, because like Maylin gifted me these like I think like mangoes.
Yeah.
And I think like that. I think they're like Miyazaki mangoes or something. This like super top tier mangoes that are only available in certain periods of the year. And you know what Maylin's like. She's I know. Yo,
It's grass-fed.
Actually, it's grass-fed mango. It's free range as well.
Free-range mango.
Yeah, free-range mango.
They whisper every night.
Yeah, we
And
let
I'm
them run
like-
around in the field.
And I'm like, Maylin, you know I'm Thai, right? You're gifting me a mango? Seriously? Like, I am Thai. We eat mangoes all of the fucking time. And she's like, no, just try it. I'm not gonna lie, I put it off. You know, I was like, yeah, whatever. Maylin literally texts me on like a few days later being like, this is the last day they will be this delicious. You need to eat them today.
Yeah.
You need to eat them now,
Yeah.
right? Or they will go to waste. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll do it just to because I was waiting for like maybe there's like some guests around, I can cut them up. But I'm like, okay, if my boss is telling me I gotta eat them today, I'm just gonna go fucking eat them today. Whatever. So I don't even cut this up like neatly or whatever. My mom, or anytime you go in Thailand, you'd cut it up neatly, you'd like slice it up, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just
man.
like,
Turn
all
it
right.
inside out.
I just cut off a piece, and I remember like cutting off a piece and taking a bite. I have never had so much juice just burst into my mouth before.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, from a fruit.
Okay, there we go.
Have you read?
Oh, man.
Have you read Toriko? Of course. So you know in one of those early chapters where they get like the eternal fruit, where you just eat it, and then you just like completely like you can eat it like forever, and it just keeps like going on and on.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. I took one bite, and so much juice burst out. I'm like, Jesus Christ! It was like a fucking waterfall in my mouth, and it was like, I have never gone full primal on a fruit before. This shit unlocked some fucking caveman.
He's fucking.
I've been there.
Yeah. Literally, I thought I'd be like a civilized guy cutting up this mango. I took one bite of this mango, and I just went.
Bunga bunga. Yep.
Like I had to like clean up the.
Mango is my favorite fruit.
Mangoes cost for one.
I have no idea.
The Miyazaki mangoes, they're probably like 3,000-4,000 yen for one.
Probably $50 or something like that.
Yeah.
I remember I bought like Okayama grapes, which are
around
famous.
5,000 yen for two.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I bought like Okayama grapes, which were like fucking 5,000 yen for like a box of grapes,
Yeah.
a small, like plastic-sized box. And I remember trying it, and I was like, it's too juicy. It was genuinely just juice.
Aaron, what the hell's wrong with you?
I realized, I was like, there's like kind
You're
of
the only one who's ever complained.
normal sized grapes.
Yeah.
The juice to skin ratio is perfect.
Yeah.
Because you get like something chewy and it's not too much. But I
Yeah.
bit into this Okayama grape and it was like a fucking fire hose had been let off in my mouth. I was like, this is ridiculous. Who needs this?
People who love juice. People who like fruit.
Like, I was like, just make fucking wine out of these things. That'd be fire. But like to eat, I need a lot of skin. I need the skin. That's the best part.
No. It's the balance.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the balance was all off.
It's the balance. The skin is like that little bit of it takes the edge off the sweetness.
You can never have too much of a good thing.
Yeah.
But too much juice is not. It's not the good thing. It's the skins that's the good thing.
No, but like, were the grapes like big?
Huge.
Yeah, so there should be more skin to balance out.
Yeah, but the
like,
ratio of like, because think about it, Garn, the area is.
There is
getting
a
slightly larger, the volume is increased.
formula
of juice.
that
just like small grapes.
as things get bigger,
like
there's
normal
less
size
surface
grapes.
area.
Yeah, right.
The giant, like they were like. You're
talking about like the Kyoho
They're like the
grapes,
size of
right?
like Cadbury cream eggs. These fucking grapes. You're like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. I've seen those. I've never
they look
tried them.
amazing.
Yeah, they look great. I've never tried them.
I'm going for a piss. All this talk about juice.
I fucking love grapes.
Yeah.
Grapes, S tier fruit, man. No. Every size grape. S tier.
Have you tried those like tiny grapes?
No.
There's no, not raisins. I've tried. Japan has this like particular. It's
Those
not even a
tiny
brand. They're actually
dehydrated
quite
grapes?
cheap. My grandma really
You
likes
mean
them. They're like these
raisins?
really
No,
tiny
no.
grapes. They're like the size of sultanas, literally. Yeah. Those ones there. What the fuck are they called? No, not Delaware grapes. Oh yeah, maybe they are. I don't know.
Oh, those ones?
Yeah, but they're tiny. They're so much smaller than the regular grapes.
I don't like them.
I thought I wouldn't like them at first either.
Yeah.
But they're fucking awesome. Because it's the perfect, again, skin to juice ratio.
It's like, to me, when grapes are that small, how'd you eat them?
Just Just like pick them off and pop them in, like you're eating blueberries or like raspberries. You just like pop them in one at a time.
Because in my mind, right?
Yeah.
In my mind, they're just like too small, so I'd have to like pick like 3 at a time, or pick like 4 at a time to get like a decent like.
You can do like the
flavorful.
You can do like the Roman fucking Empress thing, where you just have like that as well. If you want, you'll probably get a good amount.
Yeah, I don't know. Grapes are like just that perfect fruit-sized snack. And I would love to try one of the, is that the one that Connor had? One of those fucking
the whole grapes,
big fat ones.
Yeah, I've always seen these in supermarkets, and I'm just like, look at the size of those boys. God damn, look at that. But these are the ones. Wait, because like, are these the ones where you have to peel the skin off? Because there's some grapes in Japan where they actually encourage
the you. The skin is so thick.
Yeah,
that they just encourage you to peel the skin off.
Just peel the skin off and just eat it. Which goes against every fiber of my being, because I'm like, no. Grapes should be a thing where you can just pick it off and then you pop it in your mouth.
You know the problem with grapes? The big problem with grapes? You can never start like a vine and then not finish the entire thing. you know what I mean? Like
yeah, right.
No, sometimes you just have like
you can also split vines.
No.
Yeah,
that's
what I do.
You can try splitting the vine, and then you finish the vine, and you're just like, more right there.
You know what's peak?
What?
Raisins on the vine. That's so fucking fire.
Wait, what do you mean?
Never had that.
Like, because sometimes they, when you get raisins, they normally like take them off and then dry them out.
Yeah.
And they dry them on the vine. Peak flavor.
I've never had that.
I've never had that either.
You have had that.
What do you mean?
I know a place where we've had it.
When?
I'll tell you after.
What?
It's good. It's good. You'll know what I'm talking about.
I've had raisins.
You've had raisins on the vine, Jay.
On the vine?
You've had raisins on the vine, Jay. You've had raisins.
Has Gon had raisins?
Gon has certainly had raisins on the vine. It's a place we go to.
How do you know and we don't know?
Because it must not have been a memorable experience for you.
I would remember.
I didn't realize it was a life-changing experience for only me. I thought we all. Raisins on the vine, boys.
What is it? What improvement does it bring? What improvement does it bring?
When you take it off the vine, boom! It's running out of life force. It's running out of life.
I forgot he's on muffin mode right now, so he's gonna start saying some shit where you're just like, what?
I don't know. I just feel like mentally, I'm like, I don't know. You feel like some kind of like Roman king pulling a raisin off the vine.
I know. I understand if it's grapes.
No. Raisins off the vine.
Were you doing like this shit?
Yeah, I would. Oh, yeah.
Oh, raisins on the vine. The only way to eat raisins.
Are we done with this fruit conversation?
Yeah.
Fruit isn't that good anyway.
Yes, it is.
I love fruit.
Yes, it is.
Vegetables get fruit any day of the week.
No, it doesn't.
It's a different ball game. It's a different ball game.
Yes,
different ball game.
What's the top tier vegetable?
All of them.
You can't just say that.
Brussels sprouts, easy S tier.
No, you
broccoli,
need to cook.
easy S tier.
Brussels sprouts need to be cooked in a very specific
Same
way
plant.
to be appreciated.
Onions.
Yeah. Okay, onions are top tier.
Yeah, I saw the cogs in your head there for a brief moment, thinking how you could say that onions were not an S tier.
Onions are right.
Okay, yeah.
They need to be cooked though. The problem with vegetables is that most of them need to be cooked for me to appreciate them.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
I don't want to be eating a fucking raw carrot. I can't like,
Why not?
Yeah, fuck. I used to do that.
Yeah, bro.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, they sell it at the combini, the stick, the vegetable sticks.
Get a little hummus in that bitch too.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's like celery sticks or like cucumber sticks. They're fucking great.
I got to cook my vegetables.
Celery sticks are fire.
Celery sticks are bomb.
Celery sticks with ranch.
So good.
What else we got? Seeing this, but how old is that video? Yeah, it's a month old. I've already seen it. Okay.
Would you rather stick someone else's poop up your butt or swallow a liquid that used to be someone else's poop? Neither? Yeah, okay, that is understandable.
Neither.
But what if your life depended on it? That is what fecal microbiota transplants are, and as gross as they sound, they could save your life. Throughout this video, their uses will get more and more surprising. So without further ado, here's what poo-poo can do for you. If you associate fecal transplants with anything, it's probably intestinal stuff like ulcerative colitis, which I wish I were personally less familiar with. And they're associated with that because they have a good track record of treating it. But there are a lot of other uses for fecal transplants, and many of them have nothing to do with your gut. So let's start with an organ that's nearby, the liver. If you don't treat liver disease, it can kill you. And some liver disease is the direct result of drinking too much alcohol. That's because alcohol affects what's called the gut-liver axis. You have veins that bring bacteria from your intestines to your liver, and the antibodies and acids from your liver to your intestines. So whatever's in your liver, like a load of alcohol, for example, will influence the community of microbes in your gut. The balance of bacteria can get off kilter because the ones that are good at managing lots of alcohol dominate, and you don't end up with a diverse group of microbes. Essentially, alcohol use disorder can flood those lines so that your microbiome isn't really able to focus on anything else. A study published in 2012
Not
found that some
alcoholism,
people with
huh?
that disorder
Alcohol
had
use
a significantly
disorder.
different microbiome than their peers who drank a maximum of 3 drinks in a sitting. The gut bacteria more common among the group with alcohol use disorder were correlated with endotoxemia. And endotoxins sound bad because they are. They can lead to inflammation and all sorts of other problems. So when researchers found significantly more endotoxins in people with alcohol use disorder than in their peers, things were not looking good. But one thing that does seem to help is a fecal transplant. In fact, it can help repair your microbiome and might treat your liver disease better than other standard treatments like steroids and nutrition. By replacing the pathogenic bacteria with good bacteria, these transplants helped participants in a 2018 study make fewer endotoxins so their bodies could focus on repairing the alcohol damage. And if you catch things early, fecal transplants can even prevent alcoholic liver disease. In a clinical trial, 10 patients with alcohol use disorder cirrhosis were given fecal transplants and 10 were given a placebo enema. If you were wondering how something like a fecal transplant could have a placebo, now you know. So then they identified the microorganisms in the guts of all the participants. Microbial diversity increased among the transplant group, but not the placebo group. So the transplant worked as you would expect. But the truly remarkable thing was that 90% of the transplant group had significantly reduced alcohol cravings compared to 30% of the placebo group as well. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 because it showed the transplant can treat liver disease and the alcohol use disorder that caused it, which is very weird. Now, alcohol is literally poison, but fecal transplants can also treat your body's dangerous response to more mundane stuff, like allergies. Allergies are an immune response. They're basically your body treating something that shouldn't kill you, like a peanut, as if it will. And parts of your immune system are controlled by the bacteria in your gut. When you have a good variety of gut bacteria, it provides some protection against allergies. This isn't just something we think might happen based on stuff scientists have seen under a microscope. It's been studied in humans a lot. There's plenty of research comparing the gut microbiomes of people, especially children, with and without allergies. And since your gut bacteria are also influenced by things like your diet and where you live, some of those studies focused on comparing twins. One study showed that certain kinds of gut bacteria were lacking in allergic twins and present in much higher numbers in non-allergic twins. Basically, people with allergies don't have diverse enough gut microbiomes. It could be that you're missing a bacteria species that helps you break down starch from your diet, or one that regulates your bile acid. You need a variety of bacteria in your gut to respond appropriately to all of the things that you come into contact with. And you might have guessed where this is going, because one way to induce a wider variety of microbes into the gut is through fecal transplants. In a 2019 study, mice were sensitized to cow's milk and then divided into two groups. One group was given fecal transplants from people with cow's milk allergies, and another was given fecal transplants from people without that problem. The first group produced an allergic response to cow's milk, while the mice that got fecal transplants from people without allergies didn't. And yes, not mice poop, people poop. The two groups of mice had different microbiomes, with the non-allergic transplant mice having more bacteria that protect against allergic sensitivity. They could also be distinguished by their antibodies, which provided another confirmation that these transplants influence the immune system. Although we are talking about mice here, it is strong evidence that a fecal transplant from someone without allergies could potentially protect you against yours. And we are in the process of studying this in humans too. At least one clinical trial has been completed by a team at Boston Children's Hospital. The results have not been published yet, but considering that the primary investigator has since started another clinical trial along the same lines, it looks promising. Someday soon, poop might make many allergies a thing of the past, and it could be helpful in treating other inflammatory diseases as well, including multiple sclerosis. Multiple sclerosis is one of those all-encompassing diagnoses that affects your neurological function and physical control of your body. It's what happens when your immune system starts attacking your brain cells and their connections with each other. The word sclerosis means tissue that looks scarred, and this is referring to the damage left behind after these immune attacks. Fecal transplants might seem like an unlikely treatment for a disease of the nervous system, but let me tell you about a thing called the microbiome gut-brain axis. So just because your brain is about as far removed from where your poop comes out as possible, that doesn't mean they're totally unrelated. The bacteria in your gut can activate certain cells in your brain. If you ask the people who research the relationship between your gut microbiome and MS, some will go so far as to say the drugs we currently use to treat the disease might be effective because they alter the gut microbiome. That is a big claim, but we know a lot about how your microbiome regulates MS, and it works differently from allergies, even though they are both immune problems. A 2022 study assessed the gut microbes of people with MS compared to people without the disease, and they were significantly different, especially when it comes to immune-related stuff. People with MS had more of the bacteria associated with inflammation, like Prevotella. By now, you know that this is just the kind of problem that fecal transplants might be able to address. While research on this is still limited, there are several studies, so scientists are definitely barking up this transplant tree. One of those publications included 3 case studies of fecal transplants in MS patients, and they had almost miraculous results. All 3 patients tried fecal transplant just to relieve the constipation symptoms that can come with MS. And they ended up in remission for years, able to walk again after becoming wheelchair bound. They got their catheters removed. They improved their neurological function. In some cases, they became asymptomatic. Those are results that scream, keep pursuing this. And MS isn't the only neurological condition that fecal transplants may be able to help with. Poop might treat Parkinson's too. This is through yet another pathway from the gut to the brain. In contrast with MS, people with Parkinson's disease have less Prevotella bacteria in their guts, but this time the bacteria's influence on dopamine is probably more important than the immune regulation. Because people who have fewer Prevotella can often have less of the gut hormone ghrelin.
Yay,
Ghrelin
Telforged.
but one of them is regulating your body's dopamine, which is impaired in Parkinson's cases. So people diagnosed with Parkinson's have low Prevotella and dopamine, and researchers think those two things are related. But fecal transplants may help. This is all very early days research. There aren't many participants in the studies we have.
That's
and they started off with mild to moderate symptoms of Parkinson's.
They seem chubby.
And were taking their other medicines while the study went on. So you need to take everything I'm about to say with a grain of salt. But that being said, half of them had significantly improved symptoms after the transplant. And the biggest improvements were seen in patients with the worst
Zero damage taken.
So
Nope.
a study that
I took some
included
damage somewhere.
participants at more severe starting points might show larger positive effects. Of course, 50% is far from the
Where my
magic
phone
round
is.
bullet I promised at the beginning of the video, and one of the participants had a negative reaction. But when we're talking about a condition that doesn't have a reliable treatment as an alternative, this is a pretty exciting first step towards something that could be something. Kind of like the last entry in this video. One of the most common symptoms of autism spectrum disorder is sensory processing differences, and some researchers think that comes from the system in your brain that tamps some stuff down and ramps other stuff up. Your brain's main tamper downer is a neurotransmitter called GABA, and according to a 2016 study, the link between GABA signaling and your ability to focus your visual attention is missing in people diagnosed with autism. Here's where that idea came from. The authors of that study asked 20 autistic people and 21 people without that diagnosis to look into what were essentially binoculars. But one eye saw one image and the other eye saw a different image. People in the non-autistic group processed the visual information one eye at a time. Each side took turns shutting the other one down. And they did more of the whole suppressing one image back and forth thing when they had more GABA in the visual center of their brains. But that's not how it worked in the autistic group. The relationship between GABA and image suppression didn't hold up for them. Maybe it's because of their GABA receptors or some other part of the GABA system that's not set up the same way. But the researchers found that the people who saw a mixture of the two images or were slow to switch between them could be reliably identified as also experiencing autism symptoms. So GABA might be an important neurotransmitter in creating the autistic experience. But it's not the only neurotransmitter that seems to be predictive of autism symptoms. A study from 2018 found that the higher your serotonin levels, the more symptoms you live with. Scientists have a few ideas about how and why this happens, but suffice it to say that serotonin and GABA both seem to be related to autism. But just because they're chemicals in your brain doesn't mean they're totally separate from the rest of your body. Thanks to the gut-brain axis, these neurotransmitters might work differently depending on your gut bacteria. Which means if you're looking to relieve...
Because I see two things at once. And it doesn't really switch back and forth between them. I wonder if that means that I don't have much GABA. Like, I know this because I can physically look at two things at the same time. I've experienced that multiple times in my life. Just the ability to look at different things. Like right now, I'm looking at Hank and the Drifter. The Drifter linked because she's not frozen. But I see them both at the same time. And it doesn't really switch between them. Or if it does, it's kind of really slow. Super slow. And to where I don't notice it.
Some symptoms, fecal transplants might help. I want to be clear that this is far off from the controversial idea of curing autism. At the end of these investigations, everyone was still autistic. Some of them were just able to communicate a bit more effectively or pass more comfortable bowel movements. Since autism is a spectrum, the study I'm about to talk about included people across the entire thing. That being said, it was a small sample size. So just like the last condition, take these conclusions with a grain of salt. In a 2021 publication, people on the autism spectrum had improved symptom scores on a list that included mood, language use, and bowel movements after receiving fecal transplants. This was most true immediately and then kind of wore off as the weeks went on, so transplants might have to be a continuing therapy rather than a one-off deal when it comes to autism. But just like with Parkinson's, the fact that it worked at all is surprising and kind of incredible. Whether they are treating liver diseases or allergies or neurological disorders, fecal transplants have a lot more to offer than people give them credit for. They seem like such a powerful tool. I am somewhat surprised that we don't use them more often, and I think part of the reason might just be because it's kind of gross And also, we're not sure quite how to regulate it, and also, there's not a ton of money to be made. And ultimately, we are just beginning to explore the many uses for this weird new technology. And hopefully,
Definitely weird.
This video will make their reputation
Definitely
a
weird.
little less crappy.
No, still crappy. I didn't think he was posting because of his arm.
You will stay diamond forever. You will never, ever get out. We're just reading what Kale's saying in chat. Hey everybody, welcome to the next commentary. Today we're playing some Zoe mid versus a Cho'Gath here. It is going to be a pretty easy matchup if you can do one thing, which is not get hit by Cho'Gath Q. Cho'Gath Q, it's very telegraphed, it's difficult to land, but if you get hit, it hurts pretty damn bad, and also it sets Cho'Gath up for success because it also slows you after knocking you up. So it becomes quite challenging. We are also versus a Bel'Veth called YZN. If you know who that is, congratulations. You know Peek and Wolf lore. If you don't know, tough luck, as you should have known. Anyways, Cho'Gath does also have like healing in his kit for the early game. It's normally only good early, so it will make it a little bit more challenging to kill him because whenever he kills anything, he gets HP back. With that being said, there's sometimes opportunities to go for like... I'm gonna try to stop the Cho'Gath from killing my teammate. Didn't work. I even bubbled him too, which is annoying because I felt like I really could have helped him out, but it's not very good. Bel'Veth getting strong already. And this guy has Hail Blades Cho'Gath too. That was a bad bubble, but it's fine. We can still dodge his ability. We're going Dark Harvest because Dark Harvest got buffed recently, and I kind of wanted to test it out on Zoe because Zoe's not that bad with Dark Harvest. I want that locket. In fact, I actually want the ghost. Give me that. It's better. I'm on the way. I've ghosted. I'm pretty fast. You died so freaking fast, and there's no way to get her either. I'm not strong enough. If I try fighting her, I would lose because I'm not that type of champion that could beat somebody like her without Ignite. So what a bummer. This guy died again. I got another Dark Harvest deck, though. Thank you very much. What's good about Dark Harvest is that it's more of a team fighting rune. What it does is that every single time we get a kill, it will reset it. So that means inside of team fights, Zoe has pretty low CDs. I'm not ultimate reliant. So she's not that bad of a character to utilize Dark Harvest because you're able to normally hit a bunch of people and chase them out, sometimes using their own like summoners, like Flash and stuff. So even if I land my bubble there, unfortunately, he probably still wouldn't die. I need to land so many abilities to get him. I got another Dark Harvest deck, though. He has no TP, so he has Ghost and Flash, but... yeah, we can't do anything about her being in your jungle because you already died, bro. That's the reason. He freaking died through invading and got caught by Jace. It's like the main problem. It really wasn't because me and him didn't help you. Have to flash to get him, but at least we got a kill for ourselves. I really want to buy buy Dark Harvest. I have Dark Harvest. That's a rune. I want to buy my Lost Chapter really badly. I'd hope it crashes. It does a little bit. I have like no mana, so sticking around on this bad wave is probably worse than just me getting frozen on, and he might not even freeze it too. We'll see. I need to go buy my item. Dang, he went Symbiotic Soul's first item for movement speed Cho'Gath. I see. Movement speed Cho'Gath does exist. Damn, he's already dead before we get there, man. He's just on repeat dying. 040 right now.
Stay focused.
Okay, I'm on the way, dude. My bubble unfortunately didn't land. I'm probably dead now too because of that. I got a Dark Harvest stack though. There's nothing that anybody could do for Udyr. It's his own fault for the mistakes that he's made this game. So yeah, unlucky. It's okay though. We have good Dark Harvest stacks. We did CS somewhat well, and also Jinx did get a shutdown. So we're just gonna be waiting to get to our spike points, which are normally just one item plus Sork boots, because you become so powerful as Zoe. You don't need that much to become strong. Nice. Demaciator. Good job, Garen. I would love to like play aggressive, but I feel like it's probably not gonna end up in our favor. Nothing good is gonna happen if I try to do anything here, so I'm just not even gonna bother. Pyke and the Cho'Gath are coming, but
and they're on the way.
okay, looks like Udyr does not want to fight. Goodbye, Meldan. Yeah, not really much that we can do for her. Yeah, just not having boots on Zoe feels so bad. I really need just like even level 1 boots would feel really good. Gives me way more opportunities to maybe go aggressive and stuff. Do I get a Dark Harvest stack from that or no? I don't think Ignite procs it, I think. So probably not. Come on, Cho'Gath, let me get that Dark Harvest stack, please. Still can't get it. Bummer. Also, he's posturing forward, which makes me feel like I'm getting ganked too. Because he's going so aggro right now. He does have pretty low mana, but once again, like, a gank would just kill me because I don't have my flash and I'm slow. So it's very scary to do. Cho'Gath was though, so he probably based here, so I think that my teammates should be able to do this. I'm just gonna smite it as well. Nice. Okay, there's another TP going on too. Just finish the dragon. We get it and then just walk away. There's no way that we can do more. There's no way I can help you, brother. We can't be fighting this. Our team went down to go kill the other person and failed. The 80 carry way. I might be able to kill Pyke immediately if he tries to gank me. Like, if I can land bubble on him. I need to land it without using my portal jump though, and then I can like get him.
Oh, I should have taken another picture.
Dark. If it lands, it would kill. If it
Oh,
doesn't,
well.
then just back away. I have my item in base, so I can finally buy my lost chapter that I need, or not lost chapter, the boots that I just desperately needed. So I can finally be fast. I don't even want to hit you, Cho'Gath. I'm trying to hit the wave so I can push and reset, dude. Okay, cool. So we just base here. Buy our level 2 boots. And we are feeling pretty good right now. I feel strong now. Not to mention, Udyr still farming pretty well despite being 0-4, so he'll be useful.
Defection.
Udyr just needs lane race to become pretty strong.
Volt.
This guy could easily back, and I probably can't stop it. Nah, I even hit him. I knew he would be resetting around this corner probably because that's a spot where a lot of people reset because it's in Fog of War. Right around the corner.
Should be
really,
fine.
I missed that cannon. That is crazy. A little bit of poke damage onto the guy. Wait, my teammates didn't come to help me? What? A little bit of poke on that guy as well, so now he's super low. Velveth is mid, but... Get this guy. Oh, nice. He was actually just chilling in there, too. That would probably kill you.
Nice.
I've been kind of tracking his HP a little bit. We saw him, right? He was quite low, so if I hit him with one other Q, he got even lower, and then with a bubble hit, we know from a far away, I'm gonna hit really hard. So I figured that we had just enough damage to kill him, and we did. We'll be able to get this plate here. I don't know if I can do more plates, though. Might be too challenging. A little bit. I almost have the perfect buy, though. This sucks. I guess I'll just stay for next wave so I can actually get my item, because it really sucks whenever you base and then you have your item and base again and you have to base. So I'd preferably just like to lose some tempo where he is stronger than me, but as soon as I get to get this next wave and then I base, then I'll come back with a big buy. So we got the wave, I just base, the perfect purchase, Ludens is finished. Like that. We have our blue trinket available. Garen probably would beat those guys up if we fought them.
I found a new group of survivors. Survivors have just reached the safety of our transport. Keep them coming.
Pike is mid, I have cleanse. Velveth is mid too. Damn, bro. That's so unfortunate that doesn't hit you. If that hit him there, he might have gotten one shot by me. He is so under-leveled as Pike. So any bubble hit is like almost a guaranteed kill because of how squishy he is. Depends on if people can body block for him. My bubble is in a decent spot. Nice. I hit the Belvet with the slow there. I also have Ghost on the ground too. Oh, damn, dude. I probably could have gotten him there. My bad. I think that I had an angle. It was going to be a little bit challenging, but I think I could have done it. Maybe I can still do it. Dang, dude. It doesn't get him. My Ludens hit him? I did that on purpose, by the way. I was like, dude, what if my Ludens kills him? Darn, I was hoping that maybe they would be inside that brush, but they weren't. Now I don't have my bubble up for this fight. It doesn't matter, we still got him nice. Good fight, nice. My bubble position was really good because even though it didn't hit anybody, the enemy team clearly was so aggressive and looking that they probably weren't even paying attention to my bubble completely and just walked straight into it. Doesn't matter if you're challenger or not. Sometimes you can't focus on everything. It's very difficult to see all the opportunities around you and things that you can do. So.
There's another group of survivors looking for an escort.
I don't think we can get her here, can we?
Scanning for more survivors. A survivor has safely reached the ship.
That guy dies. And then I'll just be farming bot lane, even though if Belveth tries to gank me, I think I'm dead. No, Jinx is dead instead. I guess I could still die if they rotate all the way bot side and try to catch me. Oh, it doesn't land. Even if it did land, it would have been pretty difficult to probably get him though. He just used his E. Nice, gotcha. I had a feeling he was... Okay, so people will, like, go to do certain things, but normally after they do a certain thing, especially, like, pushing out waves and stuff, they will do something else afterwards, right? Pyke is just collecting the wave for, like, 1 second, but what is he gonna do? Either he's gonna base, which is probably gonna base, like, here, because after you shove a wave, the minions run away and you're in fog of war because I wouldn't see him anymore. Or he might, like, rotate back into me because he wants to go clear vision that he saw earlier, thinking that maybe I base by then. So if you can, like, just be patient and wait, sometimes you can get picks because, I mean, it's a pretty simple thing and it's like a top lane thing too. Like, for instance, if Garen shoves in a wave fast like this, Garen might run through the enemy jungle and, like, go to a team fight by going behind them deep through enemy territory. That's kind of what I did, but in a different way, where Pyke is the one running through territory, but I know that everybody does it, even if it's your own base. I hit her, nice, she's dead. I also have flash here.
Success. A group of crew members has reached the transport.
If I can hit Hoi with a bubble, it's huge. He's just dead. There's no way to survive that. And my Dark Harvest also went off again too, which is pretty nice. If I can land a bubble on this guy, he would die, but he's behind the minions. I tried finding an angle where maybe it would, like, go past minions and hit him, but didn't work out. He might go on this side, though, to try to pick me. Like, just chuck ability over there, because maybe he would look. Because Q plus R would almost kill me at this point with an execute, I believe. This is not really the best purchase, but, I mean, it's okay. I kind of...
Man, this guy's lag sucks.
Instead of Storm Surge, because Storm Surge isn't the worst on Zoe. Its win rate normally isn't that bad whenever I look it up, but I do hate how normally your bubble does so much damage that it will wake people up. Because the Storm Surge will proc off your E. Guess I'll go bot lane to collect the wave. Belveth did get an objective bounty for herself. He's not in there. How he would beat me is just one good Q into phase rush silence into 3 auto attacks plus feast. I think it might kill me. Maybe, we'll see. So the thing that can't happen is getting caught by his Q. And I can't face check him either, so that's why I'm not checking the brushes, because I'd rather him just leave the brush if he was in it. We get the dragon. I'm just gonna rotate back mid lane here. Oh wait, what? That guy just got pulled back? Oh, it's because we have Mel. No wonder. Pyke is legitimately 1 HP. Like, he is super, super, super low right now. I tried to get him, couldn't do it. That's okay though. I think the rest of the team is gonna clean out the rest of them, I believe. Just like and we are good to maybe end on this push, potentially. GG, yeah. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the commentary on Zoe, the things that I try to do to make it super useful for the team. Not the most entertaining game, but nonetheless, I'm glad we got that win. So yeah, thanks for watching again, guys. I'm going to try to get a game 2 of it because it was a pretty fast game. So if you want to see a longer game, just stick around. Lots of challengers in this game. I'm going to check the Cho'Gath. I'm kind of curious, did most damage on my team and in the game. Okay, Heimerdinger player, I see. I did see some challengers, but who was it? Was it the Jace? Jace is challenger. Was that the only person? GM. And last person is challenger. 2 challengers on their team. And then we had a pro. Oh, cool. I got no honors. So everybody honored but me. All right. That's fine, guys. I'm used to it. So stick around for game 2 if you want to see more Zoe. It might be a more entertaining game potentially because it could be more like back and forth. Hey everybody, welcome to game 2 of the Zoe. We are versus a Kale this game. I mean, it basically is a free matchup. Unless something really bad happens, like I get ganked or something when I'm trying to pressure hard, because I
have no idea.
Pretty damn aggro for the early game. And do as much as I can to punish her before she gets level 6, because then she'll become range character and we don't want to deal with that.
Murder Eximuses. Ew.
The hell? Why was she late to lane?
I'll just go with the dude.
One more auto attack onto her. So we need an auto attack trade and Q trade like all the time whenever she steps up for these minions. So whenever they get low, that's when we step up. Like once that one gets a little bit low, we go in. One more Q. Just do this over and over again. Eventually she will get low enough that we can just like all in. Darn it. Dude, if I was able to steal that, that could have been so good. If you get the big raptor away from a jungler, it's huge. 2 auto attacks onto her. I know I took a turret shot, but I don't care about that. What I care about is just continuing to pressure with my abilities no matter what. Like, even if it gets me low, because I have Ignite too. So anything that can, even just like give me empowered auto attacks and stuff, I care about a lot. This wave is also perfect because it's slow pushing back towards me, which is what we want. Now I just need a balloon and we automatically can win, but it looks like I'm unlucky. Oh, I'm not unlucky today. You're just dead. There's no way out as soon as I get behind you. That's why Kale is so freaking bad early game. So yeah, I just walked at her and ignited her and we just win. Because she stepped up aggressively to try to catch the wave, but as soon as she did that, I'm a ranged character. Like, Kale can beat melee picks normally if she gets a bunch of auto attacks on them, but I'm not like that. I'm playing a character that can kite because I'm also ranged, just like her. So that makes it so much more challenging to play. So you get a free kill. I don't have my balloon yet. Pull this guy instead, dude. Oh, Soraka being here is a problem. Let's just leave now. I don't know, with the Soraka being here to heal them kind of feels like it's a big issue. So that's why I'm not like overstepping, because I feel like we can't actually win that. She can't push very fast, so I think that I'm just going to buy level 2 boots and immediately run back as fast as I can, because we're CS, We're winning. We got mobility now. I can just immediately try to freeze on her or just like go for a kill because I have flash advantage. In fact, she might just die here, maybe. Yeah, she's just dead. There's no way out. So she's just running around the minions. Kale gets bonus movement speed, and it's a lot whenever she has her passive stacks up, and her passive stacks are auto attacks. And it stacks up to 5, and once she has 5, she gets movement speed. So that's why she's so quick when we were trying to kill her there. When she's level 6 and she can auto attack as a ranged character on the wave all the time, she eventually will be able to be so fast to the point that it's going to be like almost just pure luck that I ever land abilities on her. So that's also a problem. Got a good Q onto her. She uses her abilities to CS it. She wants Swifty Boots first item. Darius comes mid lane, but he has no flash, so I mean, I don't really know what he's gonna be able to do to me. It's not like Darius is a very scary champ either. Oh, you walk straight into that. It's a good trade for me. Once again, most of my abilities at this point, because she's already so fast with Swifties, is just like so luck based. I'm just like chucking it, hoping that she's gonna juke into it, basically. Dang, am I really gonna get ganked? But I want to pressure hard because she's super low.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
I am denying a ton of farm, so that's why I'm stepping up even more, because she just got no EXP for a ton of those minions. So I'm like kind of playing with fire, but the thing is that playing with fire is setting her so far behind. Because if she doesn't reach 6, I might be able to just straight up kill. Dude, I'm actually so unlucky. This is so frustrating. I'm actually getting so annoyed that I wasn't able to not do that correctly, but oh well. It happens. Sometimes when you play with fire, you get burnt to death. So that's what happened. My fault. It's not really that big of a deal, even if I died. The main reason why it's not that big of a deal is because until she gets to like 3 to 4 items, Kale doesn't really feel that strong. And they have a really squishy team comp. Zoe is amazing in squishies, so sure, it was annoying and stuff, but it's not that bad. I don't think she has TP to come back. So I'm going to be able to get a lot of plates here, maybe. Or at least a lot of damage on the turret and just maybe 1 plate. I don't know if I can get 2. Probably not.
Mission, do you want to end?
Maybe if we had grubs, but we have none, so.
Melee Riven.
How do we have no grubs when top is winning and also I'm winning with pressure? Since you have pressure, normally you're
4
able
hours.
to get it.
Yeah. That should be about it then, I guess. Got most of the stuff taken care of.
So yeah, we just chuck abilities at her. If it misses, it misses. It's chill. It's not like Kale can really damage me that much. She has to auto attack a bunch to get damage on you, so she's just gonna be farming for like a really long time still.
What time is it? 2:30. Not too bad.
Chunks to her. Okay. Well, I was getting ganked, but he didn't burn his flash, so I won't burn mine. No reason to panic flash unless they do it. Ah, you're so lucky, bro. Holy crap. time
Had a
for
little bit
Kale,
of burn
I
on
met
that
her
build,
after
you
this
would've
game
killed him.
And asked her to buy a lottery ticket, and I want her to share the numbers with me, and we both can share the lottery winnings. That sounds pretty damn nice. We're gonna use her luck together. Anyways, I could have flashed for her, but if I flash forward, Darius might flash on me, and it could be a 1-for-1, and I didn't want that. I also didn't know if she had ultimate too, so I didn't really want to deal with that. I'll just get another plate for myself. I mean, look at her CS. She has 44 CS. Like, there's not much that Kale can really do. Okay, well now she just has no flash. Her damage doesn't really do that much too, just because she's Kale and she needs to scale.
Oh, she's so toast.
I probably can't get her. I don't have enough mana to kill.
You have a teammate.
But she's
And
just
she's
dead
dead
regardless
anyway.
because she is overcommitting. So she is playing with fire kind of like how I did, huh? She is dying a very similar fashion that I did, where I was trying to dive her, and I got myself killed a turret in a very similar manner, huh?
Well, she can do anything that you can do, but exactly the same.
I mean, I could rotate to this, but like I don't have like any mana.
You have no health and no mana. You can't do shit.
Oh, I did land that bubble to help out my team at least.
Good job,
Okay, Kale
actually.
is clearly tilted at Darius for some reason as well. Yeah, I mean, I do think that the Darius has not shown a very proficient Darius, but at the same time, she has
Yeah,
like
Kale isn't
clearly
that great
not
either.
shown that she is proficient at Kale either. So I don't really know why she's flaming this guy.
Okay, I'm going to eat a burger, use the restroom. Not necessarily that order.
A Pantheon mid of all game?
Watch the rest of his game.
Am I misremembering? Did Pantheon really gank mid? How many times
And
did Pantheon gank mid?
yeah, so I'm gonna end the stream. Take care. Stay